Part 53. Restarting the Myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 521. Finally, Shi Luke still paid more. It doesn't matter if you spend more. Compared with the current bad situation, problems that can be solved with money are not problems. For this, she still has to thank Wayne. Shi Luke came late, and she likes to act like a goddess. Wayne's favorability towards her is average, so even though she paid the most, she can only rank third after Gaylor. Xiao, times have changed, and you are already ranked fourth. Wayne smiled and thought about going to hell as soon as possible to tell the truth. With his arrogant arrogance, he would definitely not tolerate himself being ranked fourth. Arrogance, no matter which list you are on, you should be the leader. Seeing the inexplicable smile on Wayne's face, Shi Luke subconsciously took a step back, sensing the paleness of her thinking, and felt a little doubtful in her heart. Before entering the pit, no one can help. After spending money to enter the pit, if she doesn't hold on one day and becomes Wayne's subordinate puppet, no one can help. I was careless and should have considered it again. Shi Luke had a complicated expression and did not notice Wayne's thought command. He opened the team voice and asked Idanis what she was going to do. Such a generous pit, is there no good intention? Don't use your narrow-minded thinking to slander me. We are allies. Only when you are strong can I win. Idanis snorted twice. No need to think, it must be a lie. Although I know you are lying, I still can't help but believe it. Gal nodded and asked Idanis curiously how far the knowledge purification has gone. Wayne's life essence has a strong ability to pollute, and the goddess's thinking will be in vain if it touches it. If there is no kingdom of God, Gal and Shi Luke will not take the initiative to accept the source of pollution. On the contrary, under the protection of the kingdom of God, they can not only maintain their own, but also separate the polluted thinking and reshape a clone to sort out what they have learned. After the purification is completed, there is no risk of going crazy after learning, and they can enter the void again to capture more knowledge. This process will take a long time. It is possible that in order to ensure efficiency, we have to allocate a part of our thinking to be polluted by Wayne. Where there is risk, there is benefit. Today's business benefits outweigh the risks. No matter how you look at it, it is profitable. Shi Luke doesn't think so. It is precisely because of the profit that she is worried that Idanis has other plans. It's all stepped on, so we can only take one step at a time. Idanis, tell me the truth, you didn't really sleep with him, did you? Gal's eyes lit up. If so, the price would be too high. What are you thinking about? I'm not that kind of goddess. It's just that the saint succeeded. Idanis snorted coldly. Shi Luke nodded. She also thought it was impossible. After thinking about it, she decided to arrange her own saint as soon as possible. She was holding the saint's shelf. It took so long to get it done. If it doesn't work, she will change people. The Moonlight Church is not short of beautiful women. Gal also thought so. He couldn't be compared with Idanis. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly had a strange idea. Idnis and Chaluk didn't have the courage. If she went up, she would become a major shareholder. After thinking about it, she was a little entangled. Gaylor felt good about Wayne. The young man was full of fire elements and was quite likable. But it was not unreasonable for a goddess to come to her door on her own initiative. It was too shabby, and it was too easy to get her. The other party would definitely not cherish her. Why not give Wayne a chance and let him grasp it himself? Gaylor tilted his head and fell into a strange idea. In the end, he decided to see and send Saint Cote out to take the lead. Whether it works or not, let's try it first. Let me say it first. I invited Wayne to join the game. Now he is my ally. You can do the same, but don't go too far. Put on your goddess's shelf and don't get yourself into it. Idnis warned. Look, who are you looking down on? Gaylor was furious. She was not that kind of goddess. Luke didn't say anything, but sneered back, saying that Idnis just had to not break the rules. As she was thinking, her brows furrowed. Idnis did break the rules. If I remember correctly, Wayne was not only accompanied by a dark saint, but also a dark knight. With both methods, Wayne's favorability towards darkness was raised. Luke pondered for a moment, and it seemed that she also had a moonlight knight. Would it be a bit inappropriate? Delane was loyal and hard-working, and such a loyal knight was sent out to engage in diplomacy. Luke still remembered that Delane had said a lot of good things about Wayne in front of her, so she thought that he had some good feelings for him. Not appropriate. Idnis could be a fool and not care about the knight's feelings, but she, the moonlight goddess, couldn't do that. But if she didn't do it, her allies would only turn to Idnis, and all previous investments would go down the drain. After weighing the sunk cost and Delane's loyalty, Luke came to the conclusion that she should contact Delane to go to London to show her presence. The goddess did not say what the matter was, hoping that the knight would see the saint's performance and have some idea in his mind. If he encounters a situation in the future where he pulls up his pants and turns his face against her, it doesn't matter. The intentions of the superiors are good. There was a misunderstanding when the subordinates executed it, and Delane made a mistake in translating the oracle. It can't be blamed on the goddess for not explaining it clearly. It's feasible, so let's arrange it this way. Looking at the two silent goddesses, Idnis had a blank expression on her face and smiled slightly in her heart. I'm not afraid of you rolling, I'm afraid you won't follow. She raised the bet little by little, and sooner or later, Gaylor and Luke would lose themselves. This is a sure thing. X3. Wayne. Looking at the three silent goddesses, guessing that they were speaking in the team, an inexplicable chill came over me, and I couldn't help but shiver. Wayne struggled for a moment and then sent a message to Idnis. What are you doing? Why are you giving up your advantage to them? Is this really good for you? What, does this count as concern? Well, I'm afraid you'll suffer a loss. You have some conscience. Idnis sent a faint voice. Wayne, your appetite is too big. I can't feed you well by myself. These two idiots think they can speed up your growth. Wayne's appetite is not just big, it's ridiculously big, because the breadth of the essence of life is enough resources for others to become demigods, and if it is put on him, he can be promoted to a golden mage. The subsequent breakthroughs of legendary mages and demigods consumed a huge amount of resources at every step. Idnis had reason to suspect that she had invested all her wealth in Wayne and even sold herself, but she could not support him to become a god. Such a large investment cannot be wasted, and people must be involved to share the risk. Gall and Luke are the best choices, and Idnis is very optimistic about their IQ. The two goddesses talked about pollution, determined the future path, hurriedly said goodbye to Wayne, and conveniently sent their saints back to London. It is not safe to place them in the ruins of the Life Alliance. Idnis will definitely make them disappear passively. After the two goddesses left, Wayne and Idnis also walked out of the ruins of the Life Alliance and settled in Sicily, located in Inalia. Wayne jumped off the cliff and entered near the castle of Sky City. He wondered, Idnis, I still feel something is wrong. Are you hiding something? You know I want to hide it and you still ask. As for our current relationship, I might ask you to tell me. Wayne shrugged. Idnis smiled slightly. Those two are idiots. They are hesitant and hesitant. They are destined to not achieve anything big. Even if they are tied together, they are no match for me. That's hard to say. You know me. I'm easily seduced. Besides, although they're not as smart as you, they're dumber than you, which is a plus, Wayne said truthfully. Idnis rolled her eyes. Are you going to stop talking if you don't make me angry? It's called sentiment. Why don't you play with your Anna like this? Bayuegwang is different. Speak. Idnis, you are so beautiful. Idnis was almost angered and spread her hand in front of Wayne. Here, you have evolved again. Now you are more polluting and active than before. I don't want to be compared with the two of them. Idnis was eager to return to the kingdom of God. She didn't say what she would do when she returned or how Sosna would deal with it, and Wayne didn't ask. He raised his hand to hold Idnis, happily contaminating her mind. If she wants it, he will give it to her. Idnis was speechless. This was very Wayne. It was different to sleep with Nagua. In the past, you had to calculate to get things, but now you just open your mouth. Are you leaving? Idnis nodded. The two of them have found a way to complement each other and get twice the result with half the effort. I must speed up my progress, otherwise I will be outclassed by them. If I want to find you in the future, I'm afraid I will have to ask them to nod. Speaking of this, the corners of Idnis's lips curled up. What, you don't want me to leave? Nothing to mention. I feel a little happy when I think that you can see Anna after you leave, Wayne said happily. Idnis. The dean was so angry that he turned around and left without saying a word. For someone like Wayne, he would never touch her again. Wayne grabbed Idnis's wrist and brought her back into his arms without much force. He lowered his head and rubbed her temples together, saying softly, "My goddess, you are so beautiful." Idnis was greatly benefited and snorted softly. Unwilling to indulge, she changed the subject and said, "Gal and Saluk must have other ideas. Remember, don't step into them no matter when or where they are the kingdom of God. They can't take you directly into the kingdom of God, but they can trick you into sneak attacks. Use the techniques I teach you to avoid their capture." "Can't we enter the kingdom of darkness?" Wayne said lightly. "As long as you come in, I will turn you into my slave." Idnis replied affirmatively and looked at Wayne steadily. "Don't give me this chance, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand the test." "Tell me this, okay? There's obviously still a chance. Being half-hearted is doomed to failure. Now that you have chosen it, you will not regret it?" Idnis closed her eyes. "You'd better not disappoint me, otherwise, woo-woo." Wayne kissed his red lips and blocked the second half of his words. After several entanglements, the beauty in his arms opened her eyes, no longer as domineering as before. White moonlight. Anastasia opened her eyes in disbelief. Before Idnis left, she kept the recent memories intact. Anastasia watched from a first-person perspective, raising her hand to cover her slightly open mouth. Her whole body was feeling bad. "I never imagined that you are such a goddess." I flipped through it again, and found that ordinary items were neither good for this nor that, and they were far worse than her. "Anna, you are so beautiful." "We." Anastasia smiled sweetly and whispered that Idnis had left all her memories. Such second-hand love words sounded not only unappealing, but also made her laugh. Wayne rolled his eyes. The dean did it on purpose. He could obviously leave nothing behind. He complained, "Anna, you are so powerful. You are the first saint in history to make a goddess jealous." Anastasia said nothing, closed her eyes and put her arms around Wayne's neck, raising her chin slightly. Wayne kissed her lightly, patted his butt and said, "Not now, I owe you first, I still have very important things to do." After saying that, he looked inland, in the direction of Prussia. Looking at the stars, basking in the moon, etc. can be postponed. The top priority is to clean up the hidden dangers on the God's Choice continent. Wayne waved his hand to clear the space, put his arm around Bayu Egwang's waist, and stepped into it to return to London. Dark Saints Manor. Wei Zi closed her eyes and meditated in the back garden, noticed the fluctuations in the space, got up and saluted in front of the leader. 2 leaders. She is Anna, not the dark goddess. Wayne patted his butt. After experiencing this trip to hell, mainly those 3 days, his impression of Vichy was obviously much better. In the past, I felt that the slaves of the two families were not loyal enough. They received Lord Wei's pocket money and could not forget the former leader. They were not one of our own. Now. Yes, follow me and work hard from now on, Ednis will not treat you badly. Wayne patted Wei Zi on the shoulder and walked away gracefully, leaving Wei Zi confused. Anastasia tugged on Wei Zi's sleeve and whispered a few words. Wei Zi's eyes opened wider and wider. She took advantage of the cold air and took a deep breath. She shook her head and said, I don't believe it. This, in short, there must be something wrong somewhere. Anastasia said nothing, held Wei Zi's hand, and played a few short clips. Because it could be broadcast, although Wei Zi was surprised, she still didn't want to believe it. Reluctantly, I played a few segments that I couldn't play. Wei Zi's whole body was in bad condition, swaying on the spot, falling into doubts about her faith and life. Anastasia smiled and whispered a few words into her ear. The meaning was simple and clear. The goddess was very timid and did not want to be dragged into the water and suffer unreasonable disasters. It was best to stay away next time when guarding the door. Otherwise, it's hard to say who will fall in love with him. Wei Zi's brows were sweating, she nodded repeatedly, and then shook her head vigorously. Regardless of Wayne or Idnis, they were both masters whom the knights dedicated their loyalty to. If the two masters were combined, she would have no worries about being in a dilemma. That's a good thing. One day, she would be willing to accept her fate in danger. No, if you want to accept orders in danger, you should stay far away. Anastasia reminded. That's right. After all, both leaders are not good people and like to torment their subordinates to do the opposite. Wei Zi raised her hands to cover her face and said to herself, oh no, the character is too complicated and she can't act it out. On Wayne's side, when passing by the living room, he saw Shikla lying flat on the sofa. The Saint of Death was sealed by an evil weapon called the sofa. She wore a custom-made high-end eye mask on her face and a white expensive nightgown. She held it in one hand and grabbed the snacks on the table with the other. I didn't know what funny plot I saw, and I giggled. Wasted. Wayne shook his head and said nothing. He straightened the man up as he passed by, left without saying a word. Reading while lying down is not good for your eyes. Sakra tilted his head. Lying down and reading is not good for your eyes. Is reading with a blindfold good for your eyes? This guy says some confusing things every day. Seeing that Wayne provided food, accommodation, and pocket money, and was the sponsor of her support, I didn't complain. Lie down, read, and giggle. Wayne House. The black car stopped. Wayne and Fula said hello and saw the angel duo drinking tea in the living room. Walking lust, walking intelligence. Haya just looked at Cece, and she had nothing to do with lust. The same goes for Olga, who looks like an intellectual beauty and is very intelligent, but in fact has a limited IQ and is about as smart as Haya. Not very smart. Archangel, X2. Seeing Wayne appear, Haya stood up, shook, and stepped forward. You have disappeared for so many days. Why is the devil so powerful? Why does it have to be the devil? I'll say it again, I don't have the physique to attract the devil, Wayne complained. Archangel, you are too humble, Olga said with a slight smile. You two deserve a beating too. Wayne rolled his eyes. Where is Hexiuno? Forget it, I'll contact her myself. He closed his eyes and followed the master-servant contract to contact Mona and asked her to come back as soon as possible. The Heshino in Wayne's mouth was automatically translated into Mona, the nun's secretary, by Haya and Olga. The truth was right in front of them, but the two angels could not see anything. To be honest, I can't blame them. The 4-7 virtues shielded each other. The big devil's words should not be taken lightly. Wayne can only be Hexiunyo, and Heshiunyo can only be a little nun. Archangel, the little secretary has changed a lot recently. Her temper is much better than before, but she is also becoming more and more out of control. Loyalty is either absolute or disloyal. I suspect she wants to take your seat. In order to win back the Archangel's love, Hea added fuel to the fire and made a small report. In front of other reincarnated angels, she has always claimed your name, and also mislead her in various ways, trying to make the Archangel believe that you are the Holy Son. Is there a possibility that she is really Heshino? Archangel. Hea pursed her lips, not worrying about the scarcity but the inequality. The little secretary had everything she wanted, but she had nothing, and she immediately lost her energy. As he was talking, Mona walked into the living room, pushed her glasses and sat on Wayne's lap. The essence of a demigod's life, glasses and the like, have long been dispensable, because Wayne likes them, so he always wears them. As soon as he sat down, Wayne's lap became Hexunyo, who said, "Sir, is the devil this time very tricky? It took you so long to come back. It turns out that you are spreading rumors. I'll say it again for the last time, I don't have the body to attract the devil." Wayne gave up halfway through his words. The devil this time is indeed very tricky. To be honest, I went to hell. There were 7 big devils, and I fought with them for a long time. Hell is sealed by heaven, and it is impossible to enter or leave as you say. X3. Hea and Olga shook their heads silently, knowing that the Archangel was pampering the secretary again and making up lies to make her happy. Olga was a little envious. Archangel Hexunyo had a very good temper. Hea was very jealous. She also wanted to be teased by the Archangel. Hexunyo smiled but said nothing. Hell is sealed by heaven. Except for the 4 archangels, no one else can enter or leave freely, even the Son of God. Oh, Son of God, that's fine. Hexunyo sat up straight and frowned, saying, "Sir Son of God, with your power, even if you are trapped in hell and besieged by the 7 deadly sins, you can easily get out. Why did it take half a month? Could it be, forgive my narrow realm, is the devil also worth redeeming? Well, I redeemed the Lord of Lust in hell, as well as the 2 great demons of wrath and gluttony." Hexunyo's body stagnated, thinking about Wayne's actions to redeem her, and then thinking about Lust's figure and appearance. Without saying a word, he stood up. "Hey, why are you standing so far away?" Wayne said unhappily. "Sir Son of God, please don't misunderstand me. My spiritual realm is not enough. I can't understand the deep meaning of your redemption." "It's my fault." Hexunyo retreated again and was already standing outside the living room. "Why, do you think I'm dirty?" "No, no." "Then come here." Wayne patted his legs and hurriedly sat on the whip. Hexunyo took tangled steps, moved slowly, and stood carefully in front of Wayne. Wayne raised his hand. He didn't catch it. He raised his hand again. He still didn't catch it. X2. Is this the game between the Archangel and the little nun? It looks so profound. X2. Alas, I was blinded by the Lord of Lust in hell, and I was filthy and smelly. I was poisoned by lust. Only a pure baptism can detoxify me. As a result, you think I'm dirty and have no spirit of sacrifice and dedication." Wayne sighed. "Hexunyo, this is the Son of God's battle between good and evil to measure lust and purity. It is a spiritual confrontation. You shouldn't bring in the superficial flesh. I can only say, I'm very disappointed. Your mind is too dirty." After speaking, seeing Hexunyo thoughtfully, he raised his hand and grabbed it. Still didn't catch it? Interesting. The Archangel finally returned to his true colors, and turned into the disgusted look at the beginning. Wayne was secretly happy in his heart, and did not reveal the truth of Dile. He used his hands and feet to describe his tragic battle with the Lord of Lust. Hearing that Wayne's opponents were sometimes 3 or 5, and sometimes dozens, Hexunyo ran further. Hexunyo, the 7 deadly sins and 7 virtues are such a simple truth, haven't you figured it out yet? Wayne raised his hand and made a megaphone and shouted. Hexunyo shook his head repeatedly and tried, "Sir, can you tell me how you measure the sins of rage and gluttony? I killed them all. Is the Lord of Lust still alive? He is living a comfortable life. Then I have no problem." Hexunyo stood outside the living room. As long as Wayne messed up, she would run out of the door. Wayne was almost laughing to death. If the timing was not allowed, he would definitely change his tricks to make fun of Hexunyo. He clenched his fist and coughed lightly, "I'm just kidding you. My trip to hell has nothing to do with lust. She doesn't even know what I look like. I redeemed the entire hell. X3. I didn't quite understand it at first, and I was even more confused when I thought about it carefully. When I was in Prussia, I saw the evolution information of mechanical weapons. It was very strong, enough to subvert the evolution sequence of angels and demons. Hea was a victim at that time." Wayne squinted his eyes and said, "The information appeared in hell, and the hidden dangers in Prussia have not been eliminated. Hexunyo, you accompany me to Buckingham Palace. I want to organize people to eliminate this hidden danger." "Son of God, I'm afraid I won't believe you." Hexunyo sighed. It was too difficult to prove that Wayne was the Son of God. She tried many times and almost became the jealous Lord of Heaven. "What do you say? Unless you are willing to show your ability and make him believe that you are the Son of God." Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 522. Show the strength of the Holy Sun. Wayne raised his hand and touched his chin, shook his head and laughed. "Is there a possibility that I have the strength, but the Holy Sun really doesn't?" This trip was very fruitful. He personally went to hell to find arrogance to make an investment. Under Idonis's calculations, he also got a large investment from the 2 goddesses of the sun and moonlight. His growth was gratifying, and the 7 reincarnated angels tied none of them were enough for him to beat. Wayne was confident that he could press Ur and rub it on the ground. Even if Ur regained all the power of heaven, there would only be a pot of pickled fish in front of him. In response to that sentence, the gap between demigods and demigods is sometimes greater than the gap between demigods and ordinary people. Speaking of heaven, Wayne comes to spirit. The 7 deadly sins have books of hell that represent their respective sins, and the 7 virtues should be no exception. He stretched out his hand in front of Hexunyo. "Do you have a book of heaven on hand, which records the purity of the 7 virtues? If so, bring it to me for study." Hexunyo shook his head slightly and said, "The 7 virtues are not pure information. You should be referring to the angel's golden rule. No, there are 7 deadly sins." "That's not the case." Hexunyo shook his head again. Under the premise that the Son of God is omniscient, any contradiction where the Son of God is ignorant of something should be treated as an assessment and test. She explained patiently, "The 7 deadly sins are the same as the 7 virtues. The so-called 7 deadly sins are actually the devil's divine comedy of hell. The 7 chapters are collectively called the 7 deadly sins. There is only one copy of the Golden Rule. It is the manuscript of the Father. It only exists in heaven. You can only read it when you enter heaven." Hexunyo explained in detail, and Wayne listened and thought about it in his mind. There is only one holy word in heaven, and there are many chapters in the divine comedy of hell. Is this the reason why no gods were born in hell? Is the person who combined all the chapters of sin and compiled the divine comedy the demon god of hell? If so, arrogance is already a god. Wayne frowned. On the day of the Demon King's council, he saw many books of hell representing sins. The categories were not uniform, and the dazzling array was by no means a whole. Pride does not unite all sins. He is not the devil of hell, but... No, arrogance can obviously become a god. Why doesn't he do it? The information has been sorted out. is it difficult for him to write a divine song? Lord Holy Son, do you want to return to heaven? Hexyuno asked. There is only one way to bring the Son back to heaven. One of the 47 virtues takes back all the power of heaven, opens the door to heaven through the papal state, and respectfully invites the Son to enter heaven. Theoretically, this is the only way. The Son is omniscient and omnipotent and cannot be measured by theory. The Son can freely travel through hell and enter heaven anytime and anywhere. This is the correct way for the Son to open up. Heshino lamented that he was still narrow-minded and underestimated the new owner of heaven, and said, if you can open the door of heaven in front of Or, he will definitely reverse his wrong ideas and believe that you are the Holy Son. Can't open it? As it should be. Wayne rolled his eyes and hooked his hand. When Hexyuno came closer, he pinched her face with both hands and rubbed it. He said angrily, tell me, what do you know? Hexyuno's facial features were rolled into a bun by Wayne. They were so cute. He wrinkled and said, the 4 descended 7 virtues, including the 2 angels behind you, all angels are burdened with sins. The salvation you have given us, the journey is not over yet, and now is not the ideal time to open the door to heaven. Can this also be round? This can also be round. The imagination of the brain-filling monster is unlimited, and it has a set of self-consistent logic. It thinks that it has the truth, and no one can use it. Even if you are inconsistent, even if you are refuted by others, you can still stand on the high ground of logic and justify yourself. Wayne squeezed Hexyuno a few times and said convinced, do you know that the real Holy Son is crying? He is very uncomfortable. You have been waiting for a long time and you still haven't found him. Kasuno smiled and said nothing. Ur, Vekel, and Killer have been searching for the Son of God in London, but so far they have found nothing. Further forward, London, the arrogant lord, has been dormant for many years and has not found the Holy Son. Are they blind? No, it's because the Holy Son's protective color is so good that he won't be recognized by angels or devils in person. Before, she couldn't recognize other saints in person. She was even more outrageous. She couldn't recognize him even if he trampled under his feet. Guarding the Holy Son and looking for the Holy Son, one cannot find anything that is taken for granted. The logic is self-consistent, another ironclad proof that Wayne is the Son of God. Looking at the confident Hexyuno, Wayne felt his fists itching, wishing he could punch him and wake up this clever little guy. Excellent region matching mechanism. Wayne sighed repeatedly, the world is so lucky. Heaven can defeat hell. It's not that heaven is too strong, but that there are too many devils holding back arrogance. If you give him a reliable second in command, heaven will definitely be sealed. Speaking of second in command, Wayne felt that arrogance was enough now. The second in command was once jealous, but now he is hypocritical. From being a drag to a second in command, arrogance is even more difficult. Le.jpg. Thinking of the arrogant, and smelly trash can face, Wayne couldn't help but laugh out loud. I can't carry it at all. If he is arrogant, then this coward will not wait in hell and move to the human world overnight. Oh, arrogance did indeed move, to London, which has the same insect content as hell, encountered a group of reincarnated angels, and was forced to return to hell. Then enjoy it.jpg. Wayne was happy for a while, and seeing Hexyuno's impulsive face, he waved his hand and said, don't think about it. I can't open the door to heaven. The Son of God is me purely wishful thinking. I have never admitted it. No, you admitted it. Those few times don't count. You know role-playing, like I am the boss and Mona is the secretary. You should be very familiar with this operation. After all, you have played Mona more than once or twice. Hexyuno's smile was far-fetched. The Son of God was good in every way, but the way of redemption was a little vivid and flexible. She was not in a good state, and she would feel a strong sense of guilt every time she was redeemed. Where are Ur and the others? The jurisdiction has been divided, and they are looking for the Son of God. Why don't you go? Forget it, let them go to Buckingham Palace. I have something very important to discuss with them. Buckingham Palace, conference room. Wayne sat on a chair, with the secretary and 2 bodyguards lined up behind him, and the main goal was to have an amazing rate of turning heads. After waiting for 5 minutes, none of the 7 virtues came. Wayne glanced at his watch and roughly understood what happened. After hearing too many stories about the boy who cried wolf, Ur, and the others were too lazy to care about Hexunyo. This won't do. Heaven must intervene in the evolutionary information of mechanical weapons. Wayne suffered a great loss in Prussia. It seemed that he had made a profit from the law of information, but in fact it was all the routine of the mastermind behind the scenes. Because of the Book of Greed, the other party failed to succeed. Who is the mastermind behind the scenes? Wayne temporarily decided that it was a mustache. I feel that Prussia has been strengthened at an epic level. Not only has it swept across the God-chosen continent, but it has also sent the lightning force into heaven and hell. The mastermind behind the scenes is playing such a big game, and his ambition must be not small. What matches the ambition is strength. Without strong punching power, he dare not play like this. Mechanical weapons are an evolutionary route that leads directly to the gods. Regardless of whether the mastermind behind the scenes is a failed art student, his strength is unquestionable. Wayne made the worst plan, assuming that the other party is very strong, and heaven must join in. Just like the 5 goddesses joined forces to seal Togigai, this is not a question of whether they can win or not, but a question of risk sharing. He cannot be the only one to rush to the front. Similarly, the churches cannot be idle and must follow suit. The dark side is simple. Anastasia makes a call and Idnes should not refuse. Even if she refuses, Wayne will make it impossible for her to refuse. Idnes, you don't want to see Gaylor and Chiluk surpass you and walk hand in hand in the front, right? Idnes will definitely not tolerate this sentence. The same words, just change the names, and tell Gaylor and Chiluk, the 2 goddesses can't tolerate it either. Altogether. The only trouble is to find people. Wayne remembers clearly that the 2 saints seem to have been taken away by their own goddesses and their whereabouts are currently unknown. The only way to contact them is through the church process. Fortunately, the problem is not big. He is very familiar with the 2 churches and has established relations early. He is confident that he can contact Kota and Gilun within 3 days. 3 goddess substitutes plus 7 reincarnated angels and the Lord of Falsehood, and there is a high probability that there will be 1 or 2 God-chosen knights, so it is a sure win. Will win. When the God-chosen knights were mentioned, Wayne immediately thought of Valkyrie. The first love on August 20th obtained the body of divine blood, and the mind blessed by the ancient gods was also a powerful helper. There is nothing to be afraid of. Sir, do you want me to urge them again? Hizayunyo asked in a low voice. Urge them again, if they don't come. Wayne raised his hand and touched his chin, sneering secretly. Ur and the others were lucky. Fortunately, he was not the real Son of God, otherwise just the fact of being late today. Haha, good days are still to come. After Hizayunyo finished urging, Wayne waited for another 10 minutes. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, he shook his head and stood up. Forget it, I won't wait for them. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Hizayunyo lowered her head, the road to redemption was right in front of her, her colleagues laughed and passed by, she felt ashamed and sorry for them. It's okay, I'm a very broad-minded person, I can't beat them all up tonight just because they don't give me face. Wayne walked out of the meeting room. Ur and his friends are lucky, he is not the Son of God, he can't use his leadership to make things difficult for them. Ur and his friends are unlucky, he is the Lord of Hypocrisy, the second biggest devil in hell. The big devil opened the gate of hell, did not invade the human world, did not cause destruction everywhere, and beat up the reincarnated angels every now and then. Is there anything wrong with that? No problem. Hell and heaven are incompatible. It is reasonable and logical for the Lord of Hypocrisy to deal with the reincarnated angels. But first, Lendon has a lot of his own people, so he should say hello in advance, so as not to make too much noise and attract irrelevant people. He. It's not right without a beauty in my arms. Wayne raised his hand and fished around his side. Empty. He looked behind him with dissatisfaction. Hexionio had no sense of being a secretary. Wayne pouted, hooked his hand and waited for Hexionio to get close, then slapped his butt hard. When Wayne slapped his butt, Hexionio pretended not to understand, but Mona understood, pushed Hexionio off the line, and took the initiative to put Wayne's arm around her waist. He. This is right. Wayne's house. FLA poured a cup of black tea for the master and turned away gracefully. Wayne nodded secretly at his back, picked up the nearest newspaper and quickly flipped through it. The three reincarnated angels sat on the sofa opposite, curious about what important things the Sun/Archangel had to announce. The three little ones were not seen in Wayne's house, and Valkyrie was not there either. According to FLA, Veronica invited Chris and Willie to spend the night at Landau Manor and would not be back tonight. In order to train Willie, Valkyrie went to Landau Manor with the golden lion Axu. The black cat Monica was at home, lying in Wayne's arms at this time, meowing. Wayne's right eye was hosting death, his right hand was stroking death, and coupled with the recent promotion of the 7 deadly sins, he looked like a villain no matter how you looked at it. In the newspaper, the front page headline was the battle situation on the front line. Frank was basically gone, with no strength to fight again, and entered the countdown to surrender. It stands to reason that when Frank surrendered completely, Windsor would have no barriers in front of him, and would engage in a head-on confrontation with Prussia, and the two sides would have a fierce exchange of opinions on which was stronger, the Air Force or the Navy. The fact is not so, and it is somewhat different from Wayne's expectations. Maybe it was because the world's #1 army performed poorly, and the mustache was a little arrogant, and several major mistakes were made in succession. The most outrageous one was that Prussia started a two-front war. When Frank had not yet formally surrendered and Windsor was across the sea, it suddenly opened up a second battlefield and frantically stationed troops at the doorstep of the Ross Federation. It shouldn't be. Why do you think you can't take Windsor before the war? Or is it too confident that you can easily take it by operating on two fronts? Wayne put down the newspaper with a solemn look, and became more determined to brush the Prussian copy. The mustache was too arrogant, and there must be something wrong. Tonight I will play the devil and teach her and the others a lesson. They haven't found the Son of God for such a long time. There is something wrong with their ideological awareness. They must be punished. Wayne stroked the cat with one hand and said seriously, the disguised gate of hell will be opened at that time. I will notify you in advance. Cooperate well and don't hold me back. Hea and Olga didn't understand very well and didn't understand what the Archangel was playing. Hizayunyo understood and said with emotion, you are too kind. You have taken the initiative to bring the road of salvation to us again and again. Heaven can have a saint like you. Okay, don't say any more. If I wasn't in a hurry, I would give you a lesson now. Wayne interrupted Hizayunyo and continued, friendly sharing of information, there are no two great demons, wrath and gluttony, in hell now. They have been killed by me. My clone and pride have become the new 7 deadly sins, hypocrisy and fear. Two faces were confused, and one face was as expected. Hizayunyo smiled and nodded, and she knew that the Son of God had not lied to her before, and the unforgivable wrath and gluttony had disappeared. As for why lust is still living so comfortably. Well, maybe the Son of God has other arrangements, maybe lust is eligible for redemption, or there are other reasons. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the Son of God is here, and the world will be peaceful. The Son of God is here, and the sins of the 7 virtues will be saved. Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly, and a black light flashed in his eyes. A wisp of imperceptible space fluctuations spread out, sensing the bat demon in Paradise Lost from the human world, asking it to leave lust quickly and return to the third abyss, the fallen city. The bat demon nodded, counted 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, leaving Paradise Lost at the fastest speed and landing in the third abyss. Hea and Olga could not detect the space fluctuations of hell, but Hexunyo sensed it, although he was still a little surprised. It is true that the Son of God is omnipotent, but, it seems that I have seen the authority of the great demon king. Is this really good? How about it, do you want to see my sins? Wayne smiled and looked at Hexunyo, waved his hand and cut a black crack in front of him. I hope that after reading it, the impure archangel will still think that I am the Son of God. 5 sinful books of hell fell from the crack: arrogance, gluttony, rage, hypocrisy, lust, and the unconcealed breath fully interpreted what is a heinous crime. Hea and Olga were furious on the spot, and pulled out the holy spear of heaven to protect themselves. Hexunyo pressed the shoulders of the two with both hands and shook his head. This is the mansion of the Son of God. Don't do anything wrong. You can't afford the price of bumping into the Son of God, and you will become a sinner in heaven. What do you think, Hexunyo? Do you still think I am the Son of God now? Wayne's half-face squirmed, and the face of the bat demon emerged from it, and 6 golden eyes looked at the 3 reincarnated angels respectively. X3. The 2 angels looked horrified, not understanding what had happened to the archangel. They prepared for the worst, and the pure Hexunyo fell. Hexunyo himself did not think so. Facing Wayne's smug face, he sighed, the Son of God is not ashamed of sin, but I rely on my status to escape from my filthy body. Thank you for your teaching, and thank you for not giving up on me until now. Wayne. Really, as long as you are happy. Wayne sighed and muttered that if time was not tight, he would definitely press Hexunyo on the sofa and give him a good beating in front of Hea and Olga. Since you think all the actions of the Son of God can be sanctified, please translate it. What does this mean? This is the situation. I'm going to visit some friends. I'll start in the early morning. You guys should also prepare. Don't waste your energy tonight. Just act it out. Wayne put away his sins and put the silly black cat in his arms on the sofa. As expected of one of the incarnations of the goddess of death, he has seen big scenes and is not afraid of facing numerous sins even when his mind is asleep. No matter how stupid you are still stupid. Archangel. Hea took a step forward and said with a complicated expression, have you, really fallen? What, you want to kill me to preserve my pure honor? Wayne raised his eyebrows and looked at Hexunyo happily. No, I didn't, I just. Hea gritted her teeth and whispered, no matter where you go, I hope you can take me with you, even if there is hell ahead. So loyal. Wayne nodded secretly, but it was a pity that he was not Hexunyo, otherwise Hea would have been rewarded. He tilted his head and pointed his sword to cut through the void, and dropped a very high-quality holy sword. After thinking about it, another holy spear dropped. I brought them from the papal state. The standard weapons in your and Olga's hands are of average quality, which affects your true level. Wayne waved his hand, leaving a trace of his back. Agia picked up the holy spear and kept it for her own use, put the holy sword in Hea's hand, patted her shoulder, and said with admiration, don't worry, if you really follow the Archangel Hexunyo to hell, if one day in the future when we meet, I will definitely let you know secretly and will never embarrass you. What are you talking about? It's like you can beat me. Hea snorted coldly and turned to look at Hexunyo. Little nun, what is the Archangel's current situation? Has he fallen? It is impossible for the Holy Son to fall. X2. Why can you play role-playing with a holy face? Do you really have no shame at all? X2. Olga shook her head repeatedly, and Hea sighed secretly. The role play of the little secretary was just like the real thing. She deserved to be pampered by the archangel and couldn't learn it even if she wanted to. Moonlight Church Headquarters, High Priest's Office. Under the contemptuous gazes of the gatekeeper twins, Wayne pushed the door open and walked in, closed and locked it, set up a soundproof barrier, pushed down the files on the desk, and held Philomena on the desk. Philomena looked confused and wanted to say something. Her beautiful lips were blocked, and she whimpered and waved her hands. She was soon lost in the scumbag's skilled kissing skills. After the kiss ended, the high priest's eyes were slightly blurred and he looked at the pretty face in front of him. With the luxury car in front of him, Wayne couldn't help but feel a little bit impatient. Although he was pressed for time, Philomena was very weak in combat. She looked like a strong lady but was actually a novice. If you squeezed her, you could still squeeze out the time to smooth her over. Thinking of this, he turned his hands and pressed Philomena on the desk. He unbuttoned his belt and lifted up his pure white robe. Wait a minute. Philomena put her hands on the desk and said in a panic, "Don't mess around, this is an office." "What are you afraid of? This is not the first time. Don't think I don't know. You bought this desk just for..." Wayne was so excited that he couldn't continue talking. The door to the inner room of the office was half open, revealing two heads, one red and one white, which were the Saint's coat and Garen that Wayne wanted to contact. W Omega Omega Diamond Suit gone Diamond Suit. Sigma. X4. There was silence for 3 seconds, no words were spoken. Wayne let go with an expressionless expression. Philomena put down the robe around her waist and gave she a shameless look. "Weren't you very impressive just now? Then you are very impressive. Mina, why didn't you tell me there was someone in the house? I want to say, can I open my mouth? You're nervous. You blocked me." The two of them whispered, each blaming the other. Although it is a bit embarrassing, it is not a big problem. Wayne is not unusually thick-skinned. As long as he is not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. He clenched his fist and coughed heavily, knocked on the desk, and said loudly, "Mina, don't think I don't know. You bought this desk just to work hard. You are so dedicated." The two saints rolled their eyes, and Philomena spat softly, clenching her fists and hitting Wayne. "Neither light nor heavy, if you remove the as if, you are flirting." Kota and Gilun's faces were covered with dog food, and their eyes rolled even more. "Two saints, why are you in London? I remember when I said goodbye to the two goddesses, you, forget it, it's not important." Wayne has always had a mature mentality and generously forgave the two saints. It is true that the main responsibility for the two saints hiding in the back room and not talking lies with them, but it is not to blame for those who do not know. It is not clear that he will come to visit today. It is a coincidence and helpless, so I will not pursue it here. The matter ends here, no one is allowed to mention it anymore. Believe me, why Gilun and I are here, is actually quite important. Code sighed. She didn't wear a bra today. Her neat and orderly outfit was very eye-catching, especially when Wayne hadn't calmed down yet. She felt as good as a luxury car. Wayne felt a pain in his waist. He grinned and looked away. He sat on the chair behind the office and took Philomena into his arms. Philomena snorted coldly, hugged Wayne's neck, and stared at the two saints with her eyes. "Especially my own saint. Very protective of food. I don't care whether it's important or not. It's better to come early than to come by chance, although your arrival is not a coincidence at all." Wayne complained first, and then said, "I happened to be looking for you, which saved me a lot of time." "Wayne, I'm not done yet." Kota came to the desk, resting her hands on the table, and said with a serious face, "The goddess gave me a very important oracle. Unlike the ambiguous oracle last time, this time it is clearly expressed. I don't think there will be any translation errors. After that, she turned her head and looked at Gi-lun, who was looking at the door in the room. Why are you still standing there? We have the same oracle, you can't escape. Gi-lun tilted his head and looked to the side. His steps were heavy, and he moved to the desk at a snail's pace. I can't figure it out, I don't understand it, the goddess is too lazy to cover it up now. There must be something wrong. Wayne probably understood something. Idnis pressed too hard, and Gal and Shaluk were forced to follow. Thinking of this, he looked at the two saints with interest. Gi-lun lowered his head and said nothing. Kota blushed and said with full of confidence, Wayne, you have seen the goddess before. I will not translate the oracle. You must know the content. How is it possible? I am not a goddess. If you don't tell me, how can I know what the goddess's oracle is? Wayne said happily, and his waist hurt again. He changed his words and said, forget it, I can't help you. Why don't you go find someone else? It's easy to say, I agree, but the goddess still doesn't answer. The remarks were too blasphemous. Kota stopped talking halfway. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and tilted her head and said, friends, help me. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 523. In the past, beauties of the level of Kote and Gi-lun would definitely be included in Wayne's first love, and then he would create difficulties even if there were no difficulties, and try every means to save the beauty and get her into his belly. Now it's not possible. He has eaten too many good things, and the goddess has tasted the saltiness and blandness, so his thoughts have become dull. Without an emotional foundation, it is very unlikely that he will fall in love at first sight. Without love at first sight, there will be no love over time, which is equivalent to giving up sex. If you really want to talk about beauty and good figure, Hea is definitely better than the two saints, and she is absolutely loyal and will do whatever she is asked to do. Hea is still vacant, and Kote and Gi-lun are obviously impossible. Wayne can't help with this. He kissed Philomena on the face and said helplessly, I really want to help you, but there is really no way. You can see that I have a girlfriend and I will not cheat on her outside. X3. Philomena laughed and laughed until she couldn't laugh anymore. She pinched the soft flesh on Wayne's waist again and twisted it. Knowing that he was not afraid of pain, she used a lot of strength. Wayne gasped in pain and said to Kote, tell the goddess that it's enough to have the heart. I understand what she means. In fact, she doesn't have to do this. I like her personality very much. Kote tilted her head and didn't quite understand. If it was literally meant, Wayne was on an equal footing with the goddess. Impossible. Also, tell the goddess, with the moonlight goddess at the bottom, the sun goddess must be at the top, so she doesn't have to worry too much. Wayne said something to sow discord happily, and regretted it after he said it. Philomena looked at Wayne with a cold face and said unhappily, what's wrong with the moonlight goddess? If you don't make things clear today, I'll show you how I'll deal with you tonight. Forget it, with your two moves, you fell before I could deal with you. Wayne smiled and turned to Gi-lun and said, actually, it's really unnecessary. Mina and her student Chris are both my girlfriends. I have a close relationship with the Moonlight Church. The goddess thinks too much. The result will be the same with or without this oracle. It's different. You're too close to darkness. Gi-lun sighed. Dark saint and night, the dark goddess gave too much, and he had to follow. Thinking of this, she whispered, Lord Delane has also received the oracle, and should be here soon. Delane. Wayne. A series of pictures of people flipping the card table and daring to use Bai Zhenyan as a bargaining chip flashed before his eyes, and a drop of cold sweat flowed from the corner of Wayne's eyes. I have no grudges against the moonlight goddess, why would she hurt me? X3. Shameless, you are obviously laughing in your heart. X3. No, I didn't laugh. Wayne saw what the three people were thinking, and cried out to Philomena, Mina, you know me, my concept of love is quite conservative, and I won't lose control of my belt just because the other person is beautiful. Philomena didn't say anything, and rolled her eyes at Wayne to let him understand it himself. The past is the past, the present is the present, don't take the past as the present. Wayne muttered a few words, his character was too strong, he knew his words were unconvincing, so he simply skipped it. Even if Delane comes, she is a moonlight knight, with demigod-level combat power, plus Byejinian, at least she won't be taken away by a wave of attacks. The office door opened, and a silver-haired beauty in a white suit walked in, her long hair tied into a single ponytail, just hanging down to her waistline. Her facial features were soft and beautiful, and her manners were calm and elegant. Delane. The twin goalkeepers closed the door respectfully. They were both moonlight knights, but their attitudes towards Delane and Wayne were completely different. Wayne saw it, but he was not angry at all. Delane was too burdened by idols, and she acted like an elegant big sister, like a real person, unlike him, who was frank and straightforward, and justice was more euphemistic. Gilun, you are here. Delane leaned over and winked at Wayne, looking at the documents on the floor, and said happily, why, Wayne, you were so clumsy and tried to take advantage of Gilun, but you got punished. After saying that, he put one hand on his waist and laughed. Ha 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 ha. I think you don't know anything. X4. Wayne and the other four looked at Delane expressionlessly, thinking the same thing, feeling that this guy was heartless and lacked a brain, especially Kota, who suspected that Delane was from the Church of the Sun and was ordered to go undercover in the Church of the Moonlight. The more he looked, the more he looked like one of his own. Delane laughed for a while, and then realized that the atmosphere was wrong, and asked in confusion, what's wrong, why are you so serious, did I say something wrong? Wayne rolled his eyes, Philomena looked at him coldly, Kota smiled, and Gilun sighed and shook his head. No one spoke for a long time. Delane felt cold on his back and hurriedly grabbed Gilun. Speak up, I'm so scared of you guys, the goddess asked me to come to London to find you, and... I'm interrupting. Wayne interrupted, Delane, is it really okay for you not to stay in the frozen continent? Leo completed the mission and returned to the frozen continent. It's Mura's turn to do the mission. I came here after receiving the oracle. Just let Leo watch. Delane made a gesture that it was okay. Togugai never appeared again after being expelled. The space was stable and unbreakable, which made Wayne feel relieved. After that, regardless of the displeasure on Philomena's face, she winked at Wayne. After completing the mission, we will get together again. The previous one doesn't count. This time, we will decide the winner. Wayne didn't want to talk. After Delane completed the mission, they could only play cards in bed. What kind of look? The past is the past. But, even in the past, you never beat me. Seeing that Wayne ignored him, Delane snorted coldly and said to Gilun in a victorious manner, the goddess asked me to come to London to find you. You know the specific content of the oracle. I will do whatever you do. Tell me, what do you want to do? Gilun looked embarrassed and hesitated. Kota was anxious and said, it's already this time, what are you still hesitating about? If you don't say it, I will say it. Anyway, our oracles are the same. Don't mind your own business. I will say my oracle myself. Gilun made up his mind, nodded heavily to Wayne, tugged at the corner of Delane's clothes, and whispered the oracle in his ear. Wayne. Winky face, what do you mean by your resolute look? Are you so embarrassed? I don't even dislike you being Chris's aunt. You are not loyal. Ah. Oh. So that's it, I know. Hmm. 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 Delane's eyes widened, he raised his hand to grab Gi Lun's collar, and angrily said, "You little thing, tell me, did you falsely spread the oracle?" Gi Lun tilted his head and sighed, "I do want to, but do you think I have the courage?" "Really?" Delane didn't believe it, his face flushed, pointing at the pretty boy under Philomena's butt. "This guy is my student, he used to call me teacher, even if he has made contributions to the church and the kingdom of God, isn't the reward from the goddess too big? Also, forget it, what does this have to do with me?" "What do you mean forget it? The saint is not as good as the knight, but the identity of the saint is destined to the importance of purity." Gi Lun spread his hands and faced life bravely. "Lord Delane, I called you here to form a saint and knight combination, do you have any questions?" "The question is too big." Delane blushed, "I want to see the goddess, I have shed blood for the kingdom of God, I have made contributions to the church, it must be you who falsely conveyed the oracle." "Hey, I haven't agreed yet, why are you so excited?" Wayne said unhappily. "Why don't you agree? Who are you looking down on? How am I not worthy of you?" Delane replied angrily. "Your card skills are terrible. Asshole, see you at the card table later. If you have the ability, don't run away. Just don't run away." Wayne said faintly, "I remember that there was an old white-haired knight who boasted about his love history in front of me, saying that I was just a nobody and that she had experienced at least 800 men, but this is the result. I really thought it was true. Don't brag if you don't have the ability. You can't hold it back." Delane was speechless after being rebuked. He said with all his strength, "I have indeed experienced many men, and my love history is true. They are responsible for running, and I am responsible for chasing. I will shoot them to death with an arrow when I catch up." "You misunderstood it yourself. You are stupid and have poor comprehension ability." The weird desire to win and lose appeared again. "I don't want to bother with you. You blame me for your mistake. I don't have an archery student like you." Delane pulled Gi Lun aside and said quickly, "What happened? I know Wayne is talented and has made outstanding contributions, but there is no need to reward him like this. The purity of the saint is crucial. The incarnation of the goddess walking in the world, to put it in a broader sense, is the purity of the goddess in the world. In any case, there can't be such an outrageous oracle and such an outrageous goddess. Yes, there are not only such goddesses, but also three of them at once." Kota stepped forward and interrupted. The three heads came together, and the two saints talked to each other, and soon Delane understood the whole story. Delane was completely confused after listening. "Lord Delane, do you understand?" "Too much information, let me sort it out first." Delane pulled out a chair and sat down with an icy face. On Wayne's side, Philomena was jealous. She pinched the soft flesh on Wayne's waist one after another and pointed at the three heads over there. "Don't think I don't know you are secretly happy. Tell me, what's going on? Rare goods are valuable, and the highest bidder wins." Wayne looked at Philomena steadily, and the latter was forced to lose confidence. He lowered his head to Philomena's ear, blew air, and whispered, "Congratulations, Mina, the man you picked, will become a god." Boom boom. Philomena opened her mouth wide. Wayne's explanation was concise and to the point. Combined with the saint and knight who came by the oracle, she immediately understood. It's okay to understand, but it's still shocking. Philomena sat on Wayne's lap like a wooden stick, and her hand subconsciously grabbed his clothes. Wayne grabbed Philomena's hand and kissed the back of her hand. "Don't worry, I will always be with you. If you run away, I will catch you back." "Yeah." The four looked at each other, the wolf had feelings, the woman had intentions, and the two faces got closer and closer. Bang! Delane slapped the table with a slap, interrupting the thunder and fire, and said tremblingly, "I don't believe it. I watched you grow up. Even if you are very talented, the goddess had to do this to win you over as a follower, but the time is not right. Isn't it too early to invest now? No, it's too early to go all in now. It's still early, the moonlight goddess is late for a long time." Wayne kissed Philomena on the mouth with a slap. It's right that Delane lost every time he played cards. His poor judgment ability, he would be a ghost if he could win. Speak. There's nothing much to say, my teacher Delane, the moonlight goddess thinks I'm worth winning over, but you think I'm not. Let's give it a try and we'll know, Wayne replied with a smile. What do you want to do? I warn you, you can't mess around with respecting your teacher. Delane summoned Bai Zhenyan to protect his chest. You're still blaming purity. Your thoughts are too dirty, and when I say give it a try, I mean this. Wayne clenched his fist with one hand, and the life field under his feet opened up, dragging everyone in the room into a pale world. The field and the force field are two completely different world spaces, the former is real, and the latter is false. Delane noticed the clue the moment he entered the field. Her eyes widened. You are a demigod. Yeah. Wayne ignored the stunned Delane and said to Philomena in his arms, I wanted to give you a surprise secretly, but now it's almost time. Get up first, I'll play Moonlight Night to calm you down. Philomena stood up with a proud look on her face. Everyone said that she was a waste, and the stupid husband was deceived by the scumbag. Now the truth is out. She only picked once in her life, and she chose the best man in the God's chosen continent at once. She didn't give it in vain. Her eyes are more accurate than the goddess. Wayne patted his butt, asked Philomena to stand further away, stood on the spot with one hand on his waist, and hooked his finger at Delane. Come on, let you shoot 100 arrows first. If you bleed, I lose. This is your domain. If you don't want me to hit it, I will definitely miss it. Delane gritted his teeth and denounced Wayne's foul behavior. You are also a demigod, and you also hold a divine weapon. The rules of the domain are not so, forget it, it's better to be fair, so that you don't find all kinds of excuses after losing. Wayne waved to Gilun, asking him to spread the life force field, and he put away the life field. The glacier world swept down, and a fake world wrapped in silver contained Wayne and Delane. Delane said nothing, raised her hand and shot an arrow at Wayne's head. Her archery skills are beyond doubt. If she locks on, she will definitely hit. With the help of Bai Zhenyan, she can often achieve the effect of reversing cause and effect. The silver-white arrow hit Wayne's forehead steadily, piercing through the front and back, and the tip of the arrow popped out of the back of his head. Wayne tilted his head, and the arrow turned into bright moonlight and slowly merged into his body. It has nothing to do with the Book of Greed. I have learned too much knowledge recently, and the amount of information in the moonlight is terrifying. For Delane, who holds Bai Zhenyan, although he is not the goddess of moonlight, he is not much different from the goddess of moonlight. The gap between demigods is astonishingly large. This is a crushing of knowledge. Wayne stood defenseless, and Delane could not hurt him at all. After an arrow was shot, Delane secretly cried out in dismay. Wayne's calm posture and the means of defusing the offensive gave her an illusion that she was facing the goddess's agent, the god. Impossible, there is no reason to be so fast. Thinking of the past, that is, last year, less than 12 months ago, Wayne still called her teacher and knight, and followed her to learn archery. Delane was in a trance. She shook her head to dispel distracting thoughts, held Bai Zhenyan tightly, and continuously drew the bow and arrows, using what she had learned in her life, and swung out a saturated coverage attack like a storm. The camera turned. Delane, wearing a white suit, squatted in the corner with his hands hugging his legs, his head buried in his knees, and was defeated by Wayne. It can't be said that he was beaten. Wayne stood still the whole time and was shot by Delane for 10 minutes. During this period, he didn't dodge or fight back once. The only time he raised his hand, he took control of Bai Zhenyan from Delane. Then it became like this. Hey, whose Bai Zhenyan fell on the ground? Delane, look quickly, is it your Bao? Wayne put Bai Zhenyan at Delane's feet and tried to comfort his poker friend. The effect was average. Delane raised his head with red eyes, bit his lower lip tightly, and didn't even look at Bai Zhenyan. Bah, traitor. Wayne squatted beside Delane, put his arm around his shoulder, and coaxed him, saying, okay, don't be depressed. Look at you. If you don't know, you would think I was hitting you. Humph. Hurry up and put Bai Zhenyan away. The Moonlight Knight in my mind is heroic and valiant. She is the only one who bullies people and never sheds tears. Humph. Delane snorted coldly and wiped off the little pearl that was eager to appear on the screen. The traitor is unforgivable, and still did not pick up Bai Zhenyan. Delane, people's physiques cannot be generalized. If you compare me, the psychological gap. I won't listen. There is no sincerity at all. You are unwilling to call me a teacher, Delane interrupted directly. Teacher Delane. Too casual, no sense of accomplishment. Wayne picked up Bai Zhenyan, stuffed it into Delane's hands, tightened her shoulders, and whispered, don't worry, with our relationship, I will take it as your accomplishment as far as the Oracle is concerned. Why, did you feel wronged by sleeping with me? When it comes to the Oracle, Delane is full of resentment. She can't blame Faith, and throw the blame on Wayne. I have slept with at least 800 young people like you, and it's over as soon as you close your eyes. I'm not afraid at all. Wayne nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's over as soon as you close your eyes. You can say such things, which shows that you are not bragging. It's really at least 800. Delane didn't understand it very well. He had some theoretical knowledge, but he quickly reacted and sent Bai Zhenyan back to the void, glaring at Wayne. You said it, I have completed the Oracle, and you are not allowed to regret it. Yes, I will say so if the Moonlight Goddess asks. Let me make it clear first. I am not afraid of you. I agreed not to sleep with you in order to make you keep your promise. Well, you are a good person, and I am a cheap one. Wayne patted his shoulder. Hurry up, you are very weak now. If you are weak, your luck in playing cards will run to my side, and I will lose the game later. How is it possible? When have I ever lost? Delane cheered up, patted the claws on his shoulders, stood up and said, I will move the card table out, and I must. Wayne was about to nod, but when he saw that there was no follow-up, he urged, go on, yeah, how many times are you going to flip the table today? There is another question. I just felt strange, but you made me forget it because I was angry with you. Delane put his arm on Wayne's shoulder. His arm was slightly stiff, and he frowned and said, Gilun told me that the Dark Goddess sent the Saint and the Knight to seduce you. You are a pervert, so you gave in on the spot and were slept with by them. Gilun didn't say that. It doesn't matter, it's probably the same. Delane continued, because the Dark Goddess and the Knight are the configuration, the Goddess's oracle told me to come to London to find Gilun. I can't be compared with the Dark, right? The version has been updated. On the dark side, the goddess has already come down personally. Wayne gave the correct answer in his heart. Idnis didn't tell the truth, perhaps because of face. It is more likely that in order to lower the bottom line of Gala and Chalouk step by step, they have to keep up with Idnis step by step due to sunk costs. As expected of the Dean of Education, he has already started to train the goddess. As a tool in the play occasion, Wayne dared not speak, so he could only silently give Idnis a thumbs up. Idnis did not lie, at least one thing she did not lie, being indecisive is doomed to fail, since you have chosen it, you will never regret it. Wayne felt the charm of darkness, strengthened the determination of the Dark Knight, and felt that he might like this goddess. It's outrageous that a small particle like him actually has room for decline. Speak up. You are right, I have slept with the Dark Knight and the Dark Saint. The question is, I have seen the Dark Knight in the frozen continent. Delane looked horrified and a little excited. Wayne, did you sleep with the Dark Knight, or did the Dark Knight sleep with you? Wayne. The Dark Knight you are talking about is Austin, right? If so, that's too bad. Wayne's head was full of black lines, his imagination was too rich, and the scene of men solving men and fighting in close combat flashed by, and he felt bad all over. He shook his head repeatedly and stared at Delane's iceberg beauty face with wide eyes. Well, he had forgotten who Austin was. Speak up, it's so urgent. Delane tightened his arms and asked Wayne to hurry up and find out who had slept with whom. Wayne curled his lips. Speaking of the Dark Knight, let's go to another place to play cards. There is an old friend of yours over there. Maybe you can get back on the poker table. Ah. Delane didn't understand and frowned. Damn Riddler, don't say half of the words, what is it? Excuse me. Wayne interrupted in time and said unhappily, you met Chris a long time ago, and you also know Gilun. They are so similar, why don't you tell me? Ah, this. Delane blinked. You may not believe it, there are many female magicians with the same hair color as Gilun in the kingdom of God. They all have divine blood in their bodies. I'm used to it. There's nothing strange about it. Does the Moonlight Goddess have a husband? Shut up, don't blaspheme the purity of the goddess. As soon as Delane refuted, Wayne understood and contacted Valkyrie and roughly came to a conclusion. However, why did the Moonlight Goddess create so many descendants of divine blood? To use them as substitutes to ward off disasters at critical moments? If so, Chris must be separated from the Moonlight Goddess as soon as possible. By the way, the senior sister seems to be an orphan. Wayne murmured. With the Moonlight Goddess's current situation, his guess was not without possibility. Asshole, do you still want to play cards? Let's go now. Believe me, today is your lucky day. You will definitely win. Wayne put his arm around Delane's shoulder. Although he had many wings, he had too few poker friends. After thinking about it, he could only make Vichy suffer. It's not a big problem. Vichy is so loyal that she will definitely not take it to heart. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 524. Dark Saint Manor. The living room is brightly lit, the crystal chandelier is shining, and the golden light and shadow are flowing, just like the stars in the night sky. Because the hostess is Anastasia, Baiyue Guang, Wayne has spent a lot of money on this manor. Whether it is decoration or furniture, the overall layout and color tone all show his personal aesthetics and style luxury art. I won't talk about anything else, just talk about the sofa in the living room. The lines are smooth and elegant, and the cushions and backrests are made of soft velvet fabrics, which are delicate and comfortable to the touch, soft and thick. Whether lying or lying, the ceiling effect is first class in the world, winning praise from the Death Saint Sukla. The manor is quite lively tonight. In a small living room, 4 saints from the 5 major churches gathered together. What a spectacular scene! Sukla was wearing a white nightgown, lying on the sofa with one hand supporting his head, with a book and a few bags of snacks spread out in front of him. There was no image at all on his body. Fortunately, the problem is not serious. She is beautiful and has a good temperament. Hey, your thighs are exposed, cover them up quickly. X2. I see, you also came with the oracle, tell me, where is the belly bar pushed to? X2. When Cote and Gilun looked at Sukla and Paris with disgust, they felt that Sukla was responsible and had faith, strong and brave, not afraid of sacrifice, elegant in manners, and inner cultivation. She was a very charming woman. The result is just like this. The goddess of death must have done it too. The high-ranking goddesses promoted their own saints one by one, and the version was updated too quickly. Gilun felt uncomfortable. The education she received since childhood made her a little overwhelmed. In contrast, the heartless Code had a strong adaptability. Seeing Wayne sitting on the sofa opposite, she approached him with a serious face. Wayne embraced Bayu Egwang and spoke sweetly. He felt that there was someone around him. He turned around and said, "You are trying too hard. I can't tell whether you came for the oracle or you planned it." Kote nodded seriously, "To be honest, it's both." Wayne was speechless. He saw the shadow of Willie in Kote. He liked Kote more. This kind of liking is not the same as liking Willie. He patted Kote's shoulder and said considerately, "I still say that we are friends. I won't take advantage of you. I think you have completed the oracle. You think it's useless. If the goddess thinks that you really treat me as a friend, you should help me to the end," Kote complained. "No, you've seen it, I have a girlfriend, I can't cheat on her." "You have so many girlfriends." Kote complained first, and then said wittily, "I don't plan to compete with your girlfriends for men. You don't have to be responsible. It's not cheating if you don't take responsibility. Don't believe it, try it." Ah, this. Wayne was so scared that he got into Anastasia's arms. The latter smiled slightly and patted Wayne's head to comfort him. Anastasia didn't care about the two new saints. She was just a dark saint in name only, and she was essentially Wayne's follower. From the perspective of the Void's belief, she had no hostility towards Kote and Gilun. From a personal standpoint, the result was just the opposite. There were new people, which was really annoying. Bayu Egwang's tolerance for Wayne was infinite, accepting all his strengths and weaknesses, and would not express dissatisfaction. While coaxing the frightened Wayne, she looked curiously at the center of the living room. One black and one white, two figures confronted each other clearly. Wei Zi and Elaine. Women's suits, high ponytails, and icy faces. Aside from the black and white opposition, the two female knights look exactly the same, as if looking in the mirror. The difference is that Wei Zi is a real iceberg, cold in front of people and behind people, while Delane is a cold-faced man in front of people and a card player behind people. When she loses, she dares to take out the God-chosen artifact as a comeback. If she loses again, she will overturn the table. She has no chips, and no one else can have chips. In total, Delane has owed Wayne hundreds of times. If she pays it back once, not to mention causing a death, it can also cause a death. She has no intention of paying back the debt at all, which is very bad. Wei Zi, I didn't expect that you are still alive. Delane sneered, I heard that the Dark Goddess issued an oracle to let her saints and knights serve a pervert in the world. It turns out that this knight is you. Tisk tisk, I wonder if you still look cool when you ride someone. The show started, and everyone looked at the two female knights. Even Sikla took a break, put it down, and hurriedly looked over with a mouthful of snacks. Weiza was too lazy to pay attention to Delane, and did not respond to the latter's provocation. Thinking received the voice transmission command from the leader, so she had no choice but to retort, Delane, what are you doing here tonight, to execute the oracle of the Moonlight Goddess? This sentence made Delane speechless. This is of course impossible. The card man is not ashamed, and said with his hands on his waist, yes, and I have completed the oracle. Wayne has good skills, and I guess they are all trained on you. You have worked hard, and you will have nothing to do in the future. Weiza sneered in her heart. The two goddesses of the sun and the moonlight underestimated Wayne. Her leader is not a pervert. Looks very similar, but it's really not. Let's not talk about the distant ones, just look at the Dark Saint Manor. Anastasia is the only woman who has a close relationship with Wayne. Sikla was sealed by the sofa, and she was assigned the job of the saint's bodyguard by Wayne, acting as a goalkeeper on a daily basis. The work is very leisurely, the salary is very high, and it is basically in a semi-retired state. Weezy opened her mouth to refute, but was worried that she would say the wrong thing, so she sent a telepathic message to ask what she couldn't say. The leader spent a lot of effort to establish a perverted persona in front of the goddess. It is not easy to stick to it day after day. We can't let her talk too fast and ruin the leader's plan. After getting a reply, as long as it can suppress Delaine's arrogance, you can say whatever you want. If something goes wrong, the leader will cover it. Weezy immediately stopped panicking after hearing this. She could feel that since the two leaders had rolled in the sheets, Wayne's attitude towards her had changed significantly. He used to think she was not loyal enough, but now he doesn't care who she is loyal to. It's nothing more than changing the left hand to the right hand. They are all the same. Wise sneered, "Congratulations, Delaine, you have completed the oracle. The Moonlight Goddess will definitely reward you well. I guess the new oracle is to keep working hard. I hope you can hold on. Hee, just don't make trouble. No, my oracle is different from yours. My mission is to protect Mr. Wayne. I am his knight and he is my master." X3. Kot and Gilun were surprised. They thought it was outrageous for the knight to sleep with them. The dark goddess directly gave the knight away. This was too straightforward. Delaine was the most surprised. She was worried that her own goddess would follow suit and give her to Wayne. She hurriedly said, "Don't talk nonsense. The dark goddess, she is not that kind of goddess. You are a moonlight knight, what do you know about the dark goddess?" Weezy had seen the unbroadcasted content and was very clear about how decisive her goddess was. She kept a cold smile on her face. "I don't know where you heard the rumor from. My master takes great care of me and respects my dignity as a woman. You can complete the oracle, maybe it's pity. He gave you this once because he saw you were pitiful." Delaine's face was livid, and he glared at Guilun. "Where did you get the information from? Bah, rumor." Gilun pouted speechlessly at Wayne. "Here, this is the culprit who made the rumor." Delaine was speechless. She was mocked by Weezy and felt a little embarrassed. She thought that Weezy had not been slept with, so she didn't need to be bitten by a dog. She said, "Don't look down on people. You know Wayne. If he can respect you, he can definitely respect." He paused halfway through the words. Admittedly, she and Weezy were innocent. They could get over it by explaining it, but she lied and boasted before, and she lost a step after explaining it clearly. Another way of thinking is that she will continue to be innocent and use faith and loyalty as an excuse to make Wise lose her innocence. After the success, she can then express her innocence, which will turn the tables and mock Wise. There is a way. Thinking of this, Delaine changed the subject. "Wayne can respect you, and he can definitely respect me, but I am different from you. For the goddess, I am willing to give up everything. After my unremitting efforts, I have completed the oracle." After saying this, he held his head high and was very proud. The mysterious operation stunned everyone. Wise frowned and said, "Congratulations on getting what you want. In addition, you are really shameless. A serious knight would not be proud of such a thing. What do you know?" Delaine pointed to the scene and snorted, "Among the three churches, the Dark Saint completed the oracle, the Night Wali of the Sun Church completed the oracle, and I of the Moonlight Church completed the oracle. The three churches are tied for the time being. But soon, at most tonight, Gilun will complete the oracle with his shamelessness. The Moonlight Church is far ahead. You Dark Church lost this game badly. It's useless to stare at me. Gilun is very hot. When she gets crazy, she can do anything. Wayne can't refuse her at all. Gilun. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Once, there was a moonlight knight who adhered to virtue and vowed to fight against pornography, gambling, and drugs. Gilun cherished it well, but now he regrets it very much. Wayne was right. It was all acting. Delane is really a rare knight chosen by God. So, what do you want to say? Wei 11 frowned. Based on her understanding of the leader, Guilun would not be able to complete the oracle even if he was burned to death. Even if he completed it, the goddess of darkness personally played, leading by too much, and the goddess of moonlight followed up on the other side, and the game would be a tie at most. In addition, forgive her for being blunt, Delane has been bragging and has not completed the oracle at all. No more talk, play cards. Huh. The camera turned, and Delane set up a card table in the living room. Except Anastasia, everyone else sat down. Including Sukla. The Death Saint was sealed by the sofa and could not move freely away from the sofa, so she simply moved the sofa to the side of the card table. Her intuition told her that today's card game was very fun. There was no contradiction between watching the fun and opening the game, and it was harmless to be diligent occasionally. Anastasia dealt cards to everyone with a smile on her face, and her smile remained unchanged in the face of Delane's warning. All along, Delane had always believed that Wayne's luck in playing cards was related to Anastasia, who cheated and always dealt good cards to Wayne. Because there was no evidence, she seemed unreasonable and was misunderstood as having no poker quality. That's right. At the poker table, Delane was impulsive and couldn't hold back, and his hands were about to spark. 10 minutes later, Wayne had the most chips in front of him, followed by Sukla, who had no skills but very good luck, followed by Kota and Gilun, who received the novice gift package and didn't lose too badly because of luck. Delane, who claimed to be a top-notch poker player, and Wise, who had recently practiced her poker skills, the two female knights who had put a lot of effort on the poker table lost the most. X2. Who am I, where am I, and why should I think about the first two questions? Delane had nothing in front of him. He looked at Wayne behind the chips with a confused face. He suppressed his strong desire to overturn the table and said calmly, "It's me who is in control of the whole situation." Wei Zi looked ugly. She was in the same category as Delane. It was so bad. The two female knights had no big conflicts. When Wei Zi disappeared and died, Delane was still melancholy for a while. If there is a conflict, Wei Zi debuted earlier and was stronger than Delane. In addition, the light and dark were opposite, so she often pressed Delane to the ground in the early days. Later, Delane became stronger step by step, confident that he could get back the ground, but he was still not a match for Wei Zi. She was beaten every time she caused trouble. Depression made her speak sweetly, and her personality gradually became shameless. Yes, Delane was also a serious iceberg sister in the past, very similar to Wei Zi, and was abused into the current appearance. Back to the story, Wayne looked at his watch, and a voice came from behind the chips, "The last hand, I have something important to do tonight." "You can't just leave when you say so, it's not that easy, can't you afford to lose?" Delane was dissatisfied. "Sister, please look at the card table, you have no chips." "Who said no? I'm going all in this time." Delane looked at Wei Zi provocatively, "Take off your pants if you lose this hand, you have no chips either, follow if you have the guts." Wei Zi expressed her disgust and was unwilling to follow, but after receiving Wayne's telepathic transmission, she decisively followed. "Well, let me ask you, can I leave directly if I lose in the end?" Sukla said weakly. It was embarrassing to take off her pants at every turn. She came to have fun, not to make fun. "Don't play if you can't afford to play, leave the chips, and leave consciously," Delane glared. Sukla hesitated for a moment, and decisively left with the sofa round. Seeing her performance, the three girls of Delane suddenly realized that the saint of the Church of Death had not succeeded, and was particularly timid, without any spirit of sacrifice for faith. You are not loyal. X3. The card game ended at the speed of light. As expected, Delane and Wei Zi lost again. It's so boring. There is no challenge to always win. Wayne's murderous voice came from behind the chips. Delane subconsciously pressed the table with both hands and suddenly lifted it up. It didn't move. Wayne pressed it. This is the Dark Saint manner, because he likes the decoration of the living room. Bai Yueguang also likes it. Bai Yueguang likes it, and he likes it more, and he doesn't allow Delane to destroy it here. Delane, no one forced you to take off your pants. Anyway, it's not the first time you refused to pay. Who said that? I will never cheat today. Under Wayne's speechless gaze, Delane vowed to die with Wei Zi, and pulled the other party into the side door next to the living room, one room each, and walked out after taking off his pants. Wayne raised his hand and touched his chin. He probably realized something and was struggling whether to remind Wei Zi. Delane has no character and will definitely cheat. After thinking about it, forget it. Delane is in a bad mood today. I will make Wei Zi suffer and make Delane happy. My little brother is here to be sold. I will only treat you as my own if I sell you. Thinking of this, Wayne looked at the two doors eagerly. After a while, the two doors were pushed open at the same time. Delane was dressed in a white suit and his pants were intact. He turned his head and looked at the door next door. Wei Zi, ye. She really took it off. Ha ha ha. Delane laughed out loud, his depressed mood was swept away, and he punched the wall with his fists, almost laughing to death. Gui Lun raised his hands to cover his face, saying that he couldn't bear to watch. Compared with his own unreliable knights, the Dark Camp's Vichy knight did what he said. Although it was a bit embarrassing, his chivalry was beyond doubt. Vichy closed the door expressionlessly, with a bang, and it was very hard. Wayne was sharp-eyed and found that Vichy's black lace was very familiar. If I remember correctly, he designed several sets of similar underwear for Anastasia. I think Vichy thought it was beautiful and secretly copied a few pieces. Delane smiled and sat back at the card table. Except for her, everyone else felt that the chivalry was judged. Delane proved with practical actions that Vichy was really excellent. At least she was willing to accept the loss. I can't help it. I'm laughing till tears come out. Delane patted the table and said cheerfully, Sukla doesn't want to play anymore. Her chips belong to me. I want to keep winning. You can play slowly. I have to go do something. Wayne raised his hand and snapped his fingers. He took Anastasia to the second floor. Just as he reached the stairs, he ran into Vicky, who pushed the door and walked out. Vicky opened her mouth, but didn't explain anything. She apologized, "Boss, I failed in my duty and let you." "No, there's no need to apologize. My legs are long. I'm very loyal and chivalrous. Go upstairs to watch the door. Anna and I have something to talk about alone." "Understood. It's late at night. What can't we talk about in the living room? Why do we have to go upstairs?" X3. Delane showed contempt on his face and said to Cote and Guilun, "See, the darkness is shameless. Vicky is far worse than me. Just be happy." X2. It is the most immoral to speak ill of others behind their backs. I will not talk about Weiss. Come, let's play cards. You play cards all day long. Do you still remember the contents of the oracle? X2. Cote and Guilun sighed. They sent it, but Wayne guarded it tightly and refused to let them in. They could not get it for free. They did not know how to successfully complete the goddess's mission. Hands, louds. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Wei Zi stood guard at the door, setting up a soundproof barrier and closing her eyes. Thinking of Anastasia's reminder, he subconsciously moved a few steps to the side, and then moved back. Faith makes people firm, while religion makes people ignorant. Her psychological changes are very similar to Gilun downstairs. Code was different. She was attracted by the fire element in Wayne and had a good impression of him. The oracle became an excuse for her to get close to him. Delane was in another situation. She regarded Wayne as her friend and heir, but an oracle came unexpectedly, leaving her at a loss as to what to do and decisively leaving the choice to Wayne. Inside the room, Wayne pressed Anastasia against the wall with a bang. He paused for a moment, patted his butt and said, "Contactedness. I have something to discuss with her." Anastasia nodded, thought for a while, put her arms around Wayne's neck, and dialed the goddess's phone number while kissing. Opening her eyes again, Anastasia turned into Idnis, who was stunned for a moment and continued to kiss the pretty girl according to the rhythm. Kissing each other, they came to the bedside. "Okay, let's make an appointment another day. I have something very important for you today." Wayne struggled to sit up, but despite his natural strength, he couldn't help but fell to the bed with a finger on his forehead. The goddess said that she had plenty of time, so she could talk about love for 5 minutes after a squeeze. It turns out that there are really 5 minutes of love talk. Idnis lay in Wayne's arms and pushed him dissatisfied. "Go on, why did you stop talking in the middle of the sentence?" "I'll tell you next time, I really have something important to do." "Humph, your Anna would definitely talk non-stop." "Sister, you are so jealous." Wayne was secretly proud and was about to say something when the goddess in his arms suddenly turned into white moonlight, the door opened, and Idnis descended into Wei Zi's body instead, and walked in wearing a black women's suit. Wayne's eyelids twitched and he advised, "Vichy is a good knight, don't mess around with her body. Anna is still a good saint." "Didn't she also suffer from your cruel hands?" Idnis smiled and stepped forward, pushing away Anastasia who couldn't eat and walking away, and held Wayne in her arms. Anastasia was stunned for a long time. After she came to her senses, she raised her hand to cover her mouth and smiled. She stood up gracefully and walked to the bedroom, leaving space for the two of them to be alone. Idnis frowned and said displeasedly, "That annoying dark saint, look at her arrogance. It's as if she came here first. She didn't have my help at the beginning, but she's still single now. You are outrageous too." Wayne wanted to say a few words of love, but when he saw Wei Zi's face, he couldn't open his mouth and said dryly, "Can you change your face? This one is really inappropriate." "Humph, I am Wei Zi's master. She can do whatever I want her to do." Idnis looked towards the living room downstairs with a smile on her lips. "The pursuit is really tight." "How is it? Have Gal and Saluk succeeded?" Wayne shook his head. "There's no future at all. They'll give it to you." "Why don't you want it?" Idnis said, "You are so smart, you should know what my plan is. Start with the saint and the knight, and let them follow up little by little. In the end, they will have nothing to follow. Even if they know it is a trap, they will. If you fall into a pit, you will be just like me, and you will have to admit that you are unlucky." Saying that, he kissed the pretty face. Wayne dodged in time and only kissed his face. "Don't move." Idnis straightened Wayne's face, lowered her head and brutally raped her. "I'll give you one night to let the 3 guys downstairs complete the oracle. You will gain, and I will not lose either. Gal, Shiluke thinks that he has succeeded. This wave is a win-win-win situation. He clearly lost hundreds of millions." Wayne shook his head and refused. No matter what Idnis said, he was unwilling to help the 3 unlucky men complete the oracle. "I can't tell, but you take good care of the 3 of them, but..." Idnis lay on Wayne's shoulder and whispered, "This is part of the plan. If you don't take it, Gal and Saluk won't be able to follow. If they don't follow, my plan won't be carried out. It's just me, the goddess cannot support you. That's the truth, but..." "There is no but, believe me, This kind of thing will pass as soon as you close your eyes. Idnis blew her breath and said seductively, those are the sun and the moonlight, two high-altitude goddesses. Don't you want to embrace them both at the same time? Wayne twitched the corner of his mouth and said dryly, who is the devil between us? You are too professional. Let's just eat together. Idnis smiled sweetly, opened her mouth to kiss Wayne, and after a moment, her eyes tightened as she said, I'm very unhappy that you don't want to carry out the plan I arranged, but I'm very happy that you rejected them. Is there a possibility, let's call it love, Wayne pursued the victory. To be honest, it's unlikely. Idnis touched the pretty girl's face and said seductively, it's not that easy to make me fall in love. My feelings for you now can only be called possessiveness, but I'm very optimistic about you. If you keep working hard, maybe I will really fall in love with you. With the charm index at full range, Wayne turned over and pinned her down. Because it was Wei Zi's body, nothing happened on the spot. Idnis smiled, stood up and sat down, and said seriously, tell me, what is the big deal? The situation is like this. Wayne explained the cause and effect, rolled a mechanical evolution crystal and put it in Idnis's hand, try it. If you are unfortunately contaminated, tell me directly and I will contaminate you again and there will be no problem. What a great information. A path to becoming a god is in my hands. Aren't you afraid that I will abandon you and never contact you again? Idnis exclaimed. No, being indecisive is doomed to fail. You have invested too much. If you withdraw now, you will get nothing. Stupid, you should say you believe in love now. Is it difficult to coax me? Idnis rolled her eyes at Wayne, tightened her 5 fingers and crushed the crystal, muttering, information about mechanical evolution, another god is about to be born in the world, and we don't have much time left. Wayne captured the key words and frowned, why is it again? You should not be referring to me. Is there any other god about to be born? Idnis looked at Wayne, and after a moment of silence, she said, it's okay to tell you, but it's meaningless to say this now. Go to Prussia and deal with the source of this law information. I will tell you after I come back. What if I want to know now? Wayne stared at her and pressured her. The effect was average. Idnis didn't buy it at all. She raised her hand to unbutton her suit jacket and threw it under the bed. She scared Wayne away as soon as she unbuttoned her shirt to her chest. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I will take Anna to Prussia, and you will have to contribute to it. Okay. And the two downstairs, the risk is too great, I plan to drag them to share the risk. Just watch it, if it is a future enemy, they will not refuse you. Idnis raised her eyebrows and smiled. She knew that Wayne was anxious, but she didn't say anything. She put her arms around his neck, and like last time, she returned to the kingdom of God in a deep kiss. X2. Wei Zi was stiff all over, and it was not right to open her mouth or close it. She got out of bed politely, picked up her black suit, and apologized for her offensive behavior. Never mention the mistakes of the two leaders. Loyalty. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 525. In the living room, Delane was killing everyone at the poker table. Because of her identity and poor playing skills, Kota and Gilun were afraid to win. They fed her the wrong cards and Delane quickly killed all the chips in front of her. X3. So, why, X3? Delane couldn't figure it out. She was playing 1 against 2, and the 2 opponents were her own people. Was her poker skills really that bad? Kota and Gilun couldn't figure it out either. A novice had no poker skills, only luck and continuous luck. With the determination to lose, she could win no matter how she played. At the end of the round, the loser was unhappy and the winner was upset. I understand, you two cheated. Delane shouted that it was absurd, and pointed her sword at the two saints. She was the Moonlight Knight and was not familiar with Kota, so 90% of her firepower was aimed at her own saint. Waby waby. Blah blah blah. Gilun, you are the saint of the church. Cheating at the poker table is nothing. You should not be too vain. You should learn from me, learn. Hey, who are you? Delane stood on the moral high ground and pointed. Halfway through, she was horrified to find that Gilun in front of her had changed a lot. Her face was still the same, but her temperament was completely different, and her eyes became sharp. May I ask, is this my goddess in front of me? Delane's face flushed, and she withdrew her hand that was about to poke the goddess' face. She sat back in her original position without saying a word, as if there was a brazier under her buttocks, and it was very painful to sit still. Your night is very lively. Are you interested in giving her to me? The sun goddess Galar, who descended into Kota's body, smiled. The bright god did not speak in secret. She admired Delane's character very much. After being stabbed by her old girlfriend, Shiluk was ashamed and looked at the Moonlight Knight, who embarrassed her. The sudden arrival of the two goddesses was not a coincidence. It was intentional, just a carelessness. Idnis left a trigger mechanism on Anastasia, and once she sensed the arrival of Galar and Shiluk, she would immediately receive an alarm. The two goddesses also left the same arrangement on their own saints, specifically to deal with Idnis, so that she would not secretly raise the price, causing them to raise the price randomly without understanding the market situation. There is a gap in strength between demigods, and there is also a gap between main gods. Galar and Shiluk are not aware of it. Their calculations have long been seen by Idnis, and they have made some adjustments. Only when Idnis needs Galar and Shiluk to come to the world will they trigger the backhand they left on the saint. If they don't need it? Well, to give a warm example, Idnis just made a puff upstairs, and the two saints didn't notice it. It wasn't until Idnis accidentally triggered the induction before leaving that the two goddesses came to the world. The difference was immediately judged, and there was no fun at all. Delane was on pins and needles, and he stammered in front of the goddess and couldn't say a word. The more Gal likes him, the more he looks at him. He asks Shiluk to give Delane to her. She doesn't mind that he is a second-hand knight. Shiluk ignored him and looked at Xianyu on the sofa with his eyes narrowed, with a hint of fear. Gal looked at him and was stunned. The last time the two goddesses descended on Lendon, they were in the high priest manor of Philomena. They only knew that the Saint of Death was still active in the world, and they didn't know that Sakla and Wayne were so close. Her thighs were exposed without covering them. What kind of saint is this? You also got the oracle, right? X2. Also, the Saint of Death seems to be in low spirits. Is she in a low mood because she was forced to complete the oracle? X2. He. X2. I don't understand. Gal and Shiluk looked at each other, one with a question mark on his head, and the other frowned in thought. They strongly suspected that Ajdamo had descended and was in Sukla's body at the moment. However, everyone knows Ajdamo's situation. He is half dead and there is no sign of recovery. Shiluk suspected that Ajdamo had another plan, and sent a message. Ajdamo and Idanis have a very good relationship. Idanis and Wayne are close. It is normal for Ajdamo to appear here. We were deceived by Idanis, and she is hiding something. But Ajdamo is still in a coma and may never wake up in her life. Gale was puzzled. Besides, if Idanis really hid something, why did she point out that Ajdamo is also here? Seeing that Shiluk didn't speak, Galar took the initiative and thought actively, is there a possibility that their relationship is not as close as it seems on the surface, and Idanis took the opportunity to expose Ajdamo's existence? Did she do it on purpose? Don't say it, I was fooled by Galar. Ever since she noticed Ajdamo in Wayne's eyes, Idanis has been unhappy in various ways. The plastic sister kept saying that she trusted him, but she stole men outside without telling her. It's okay to steal, but she stole her little white face. This was intolerable. In a rage, he deliberately exposed Sukla to make things difficult for Ejdamo, making it impossible for Ejdamo's plan to be carried out smoothly. 4 goddesses, hundreds of minds, forced to form several chat groups. Le.jpg. Shiluk suppressed his doubts and decided to investigate after returning to the kingdom of God. He frowned and looked at Delane, and said slowly, Delane, where is the progress of the oracle? You are talking about the belly bar. I am very sorry, there is no progress yet. Delane raised his head stiffly and showed a far-fetched smile. Goddess, I will try my best. Try to play cards. Ah, this. Delane felt guilty for a while and said dryly, I think so. As long as I beat Wayne at the poker table, I can do whatever I want to him. When the time comes, I will raise my unreasonable wishes, and he will have to agree even if he disagrees. He disagrees now. Yeah. X2. Shiluk shook his head slightly. Hearing the footsteps coming from upstairs, he closed his eyes and sensed it for a while, and said unhappily, look at other people's nights, and then look at you, Delane, am I disappointed in you? Delane didn't understand very well. He tilted his head and looked in the direction of the stairs, ignoring the refreshing little white face. Wei Zi's cheeks were slightly red in his sight, and her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, indicating that she had just experienced some small exercises that were beneficial to blood circulation. This is unreasonable. We agreed to be pure together, how can you break your promise? Delane glared at Wei Zi, and his angry eyes questioned as if he was guarding justice. Wei Zi felt guilty and tilted her head and dared not look at each other, which further confirmed what Delane thought in his heart. 2 goddesses, why are you here? Wayne looked surprised. Come on, and bring so many things, I'm so embarrassed, next time you'll be polite, I'll be angry with you. Delane looked at Wayne in disbelief, his tone of voice was disrespectful, really putting himself and the goddesses on the same level. But the goddesses didn't feel strange, thinking he was qualified. Once again, the oracle was true, Gilun didn't lie. Yes, the goddess said it herself. Delane murmured, listless, and fell into a state of confusion again. Snap! Wayne raised his hand and snapped his fingers, asking Wise to move Sukla to the side. In the near term, in the high-end game, it's not good for Sukla to know too much. In the long term, Death is also a potential investor. If his plan fails and he fails to become the master of the underworld in the future, he has to find a way to pull Death into the water to invest. It's not appropriate to let Sukla hear too much information at this time. Wei Zi bowed and nodded, and moved to the next room with the sofa. Wayne, the Dark Knight is good to you. Where's the gift? X3. As Delane watched silently, Wayne shook hands with the 2 goddesses and received 2 small gifts of information. Wayne took money to do things, and he was straightforward. Without waiting for Shiluke to ask, he took the initiative to say, she is the former Dark Knight Wei Zi. The Dark Goddess gave her to me. Now I am her boss, so she is so respectful to me. You are so brave. Aren't you afraid of being assassinated by the Dark Knight in the middle of the night? Gal said with a stern face. That makes sense. I will stay away from her in the future. Wayne humbly accepted the advice and listened to the advice. Shiluke knew at a glance that Wayne was perfunctory to them, and frowned and said, you showed your Dark Knight, are you going to let us raise the price and give you our own knight? Delane. From a card player to a chip on the table, she had a very bad experience and felt that her faith was not so firm. Thinking of this, he secretly cast a resentful look at his goddess. Shiluk glared back fiercely. Why pretend to be pitiful? He had praised Wayne in front of her before, which clearly meant that. No, the 2 goddesses, don't misunderstand me. I really don't have that idea. Wayne glanced at Delane and said truthfully, I respect this archery teacher very much, and I also like playing cards with her very much. I hope the Moonlight Goddess will take back the oracle and don't embarrass her or me. The two saints are the same. Their faith makes it impossible for them to disobey the oracle, but I know that deep down they don't want to. Wait, let me interrupt. Gaul said, I have seen Kote's memory. She likes you very much, just like me. This sentence silenced Wayne. He deserved that the Church of the Sun was liked by him. This wave is a two-way rush of the fire element. Ahem, the Sun Goddess words make sense, but if I ignore her and ask her to give it to you, don't you think so? Kote is responsible for the oracle, which is very difficult, so take care of her. Not appropriate. The two of them pushed Tai Chi, talking to each other, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Shiluke was not in the mood and sighed, Wayne, you accepted the gift from the Dark Goddess and rejected our gift. Can I think that the business is over and you don't want to continue the discussion? How is it possible? I am looking forward to cooperating with the two goddesses. Your actual actions are not like that. Shiluke said lightly, your actual actions make me look up to you, but the emotions of your partners need to be taken care of. The closer you get to the darkness, the farther the light will be from you. It's a very straightforward truth, isn't it? Doing business is too difficult. Wayne sighed and nodded, I will try to overcome my conscience, and please give me another chance from the two partners. As he said, Wayne mentioned Chris, indicating that he had an affair with Shiluke's descendant of divine blood. With the addition of a high priest of the Moonlight Church, everyone has long been one of them, and there is no need to arrange other chips. If it really doesn't work, turn Chris into a saint, and the problem will be solved on the spot. Shiluke was stunned for a moment, closed her eyes and sensed for a moment. Lundan did have a descendant of her divine blood, and she had awakened to become a moonlight elf. Moonlight Goddess, what do you think? Good, but not enough. Shiluke shook her head slightly, she must beat Idnis. Then she must be mentally prepared to take action herself. Wayne gave the correct answer in his heart. Idnis not only personally participated in the business, but also attracted investment everywhere to expand his foundation. Even if Shiluke was now in business, he could not be compared with Idnis. Some people do business to seek partners, while some people do business and tell you directly that they want to be the boss's wife. There is no comparison, and there is no comparison. Wayne chatted with the two goddesses for a while, deeply recognized his mistakes, and said that he would assist in completing the oracle as soon as possible, and strive to be impartial, neither too close to darkness nor deliberately away from light. The price increase is calculated separately. After talking about business, Wayne took out a crystal and handed it over, two goddesses, this is the evolution information of mechanical weapons, have you seen it? Shiluke took the evolution information, first frowned, and then sighed. Goddess. This information already has its own owner, and another god is about to appear. Again, you really know a lot. Wayne asked, and Shiluke smiled and shook her head, it's okay to tell you, but first, drive away the source of this information, and then I will tell you. It was almost the same as what Idnis said. Wayne no longer insisted, mentioned Prussia, and invited the two goddesses to go there. If nothing unexpected happened, they would set off at dawn. Shiluke did not refuse, and turned to ask, did Dark say anything when she was invited? I haven't invited Dark yet. I just called her over to make it easier to raise the price for the two of you. I don't believe you. Shiluke smiled but didn't say anything, raised her head and glared at Delane. The goddess didn't say anything, knowing that the knight knew it. Delane bid farewell to the goddess with a resentful look, and stared at Gilun. Kote slammed the table and jumped up, and rushed towards Wayne in mid-air. Wayne pressed the redhead down, calm down, I didn't say no, let's do this, when we come back from Prussia, when everyone is healthy, let's sit down and talk about the oracle. Delaying time. Kota, be confident, with your beauty, I can't keep rejecting you. Almost, it's time to act. Wayne stood up, pressed Elaine on his chair, raised his hand and looked at his watch. Tonight I will play the devil and attack the reincarnated angel of London. I may pretend to be very similar. You guys are playing cards here, don't go over to join in the fun. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly remembered that there was still one place that had not been notified. The other party might not be good at this or that, and didn't have the courage to join in the fun, but after all, he held a divine artifact of God's choice, and maybe he would be beaten up if he couldn't think straight. Austin. Wayne picked up the phone and was shocked after dialing, Austin, how do you know I'm a demigod? After the other side was silent, he hung up the phone without mentioning that he would make a big noise tonight. He didn't mean anything else. He simply thought that Austin was too timid to break into the battlefield between the devil and the angel. It was definitely not a revenge. He wanted to take this opportunity to kick Austin. Old Den, you must come. The suburbs of London, 50 kilometers away from the city. At midnight, the gloomy cold wind whistled into clouds, and the black vortex stirred the huge cloud eye, looking down from the sky, swallowing and spitting out red thunder and flashes. It has an ominous meaning and emits the evil breath of the 7 deadly sins to the outside world. Almost instantly, 5 reincarnated angels arrived at the scene, including the 4 virtues Hexunyo, Kirer, and Vikal, as well as Ur's younger brother, the angel Fred. Hexunyo came to go through the motions. She is the archangel. The devil appeared in the suburbs of London, so she couldn't not come. If he didn't come, Ur would definitely be suspicious. What an evil breath, and, very strange. Ur looked at the depths of the red lightning vortex, and a door loomed in the depths of the spiral sunken cloud eye. The gate of hell. Impossible, there is no sign at all. Vikal looked up at the sky in horror, such a huge force. It is not an exaggeration to say that it opened the gate of hell in the human world, but where can such a powerful devil come from in the human world? If it is opened from hell, I have never sensed the fluctuation of space before. Vikal couldn't figure it out, and Kirer didn't understand it either. Ur saw that Hexunyo had no expression on his face, frowned and said, there is another possibility. Pride activated the gate of hell in hell. With his strength, it is enough to put part of his thinking into the human world. No matter how many come, they will be eliminated by us. What's the point of wasting thinking in vain? Kirer said puzzledly. Ur snorted coldly, there are so many questions, just say whether there is such a possibility. Cold wind and black clouds, a terrifying atmosphere filled the sky and earth, and a strong sense of oppression rose steadily, rising to an incredible level as if there was no end. The faces of the 4 reincarnated angels changed suddenly, and Ur gritted his teeth and said, not only is he arrogant, he knows that he can't enter the human world to snatch the Son of God by himself, so he told the news to other demon kings, and the 7 deadly sins are coming. Hexunyo closed his eyes, sensing the omnipresent powerful force, and whispered, too strong, no match at all. Shut up, now is not the time to praise the enemy, we represent the honor of heaven, especially you are the archangel, you must not bow to the devil. Ur shouted loudly. Rumble. Red thunder cut through the night sky. In the depths of the vortex cloud eye, the shadow of the gate of hell suddenly shattered, and the terrifying atmosphere covering the sky and the earth disappeared without a trace. The black clouds dissipated, and the cold wind stopped whistling. The full moon was in the sky, and the sky was full of stars. A great crisis seemed to have ended before it even began. The 4 reincarnated angels didn't think so. They held their breath and looked up into the sky. When the gate of hell collapsed, an evil figure full of sin descended on the earth. Boom! The bat wings spread, and the bat demon dressed in dark heavy metal style clothes floated in the air. With his hands crossed in front of his chest, his long tail wrapped around his legs, and the tip of his tail dropped straight to the ground. In a trance, the four reincarnated angels seemed to see a hell version of the cross. Hizayunyo's eyes lit up. No matter if it was hell wind or not, just say it was a cross. Lord Son of God, the evidence is conclusive, and you still say you are not the Son of God. The human world, turns out to be the smell. Wayne opened his 6 eyes, praised the deliciousness of the human world, and offered good wishes to this world. Ignoring him the whole time, Ur felt deeply humiliated. He waved his hand and sprinkled a piece of holy flame, questioning, arrogance, the 7 deadly sins working together to open the gate of hell is useless, this part of your thinking is destined to be destroyed. I am not arrogant, my name is hypocritical. Judging from your voice and appearance, I think you must be Archangel Ur. Wayne looked at them one by one, ignoring Fred, and only commented on the 7 virtues, the gentleness of anger, the moderation of indulgence, and the purity of this filth. If I hadn't received the news early, I would have thought I was in hell. Hexuno. Although I know that it is the Son of God pretending, why is this uncontrollable anger, because the Son of God playing the devil is the same as the real one? I am so angry. The devil is the devil, and he tells lies all the time. Ur first stabilized his moral high ground, and then said, what is hypocrisy? There is no hypocrisy in the 7 deadly sins. Hypocrisy is you. Because of the fall of the 7 virtues, the 7 deadly sins have opened a new chapter. Wrath and gluttony have died. Wayne raised his hand and pointed at the 7 virtues, your lies gave birth to hypocrisy, and your anxiety gave birth to fear. I came from hell to punish the 7 virtues. The unfathomable argument is full of divinity and has various interpretations. Hizayunyo was intoxicated by it. She knew that the Son of God did not give up the 7 virtues. Even for the ignorant and fearless Ur and others, the Son of God had mercy on them and pretended to be a devil to give them the way to salvation tonight. Nonsense. Ur sneered, the 7 deadly sins will not change, and the 7 virtues will not fall. You are a devil, what qualifications do you have to punish us? Hizayunyo, pen. What he says is what it is. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Before the battle started, Hexunyo, one of the main forces, wanted to stand on the side of the devil. That's the truth. Angels may lie all the time, but devils won't. Wayne opened his hands, and his 6 eyes shone with golden light. I am the Lord of Hypocrisy, one of the 7 great demons, and I hold the hypocrisy chapter of the 7 deadly sins. Angels, tonight is your day of judgment. Nonsense, where did the Lord of Hypocrisy come from in hell? How come I don't know? In the center of London, the mansion of the Julian family, one of the Tulip families. First stood on the balcony in pajamas, holding a goblet in one hand and a cigar in the other, staring at the direction of the broken gate of hell with wide eyes. Very powerful, definitely a great demon, definitely at the level of the 7 deadly sins, but... Son of the beach, who the hell are you? First shook his head and suddenly remembered that the arrogance of hell did have a book of hell called Hypocrisy in his hand. The 7 demon kings were suddenly replaced. What happened in hell? Moreover, the new hypocrisy came to the world easily, and it was London. What kind of operation is this? Is that bastard crazy? Do you still want to see the happy days I shared? First cursed and contacted hell. After a short silence, he cursed even more fiercely. Don't eat the sour radish. What do you mean by my level? I should say this. What level are you? Without me, you can only see 6 trash grinning. Hurry up and exchange memories, otherwise I will delete the recent part immediately. That's right, I'm just scaring you. Recently, I have 2 new secretaries. They are dancers and fresh graduates. They are all devout believers of the Heavenly Father Church for 3 generations. They have studied in the seminary and sing hymns beautifully. That's good enough. You know what's good for you. After first finished spitting, he closed his eyes and remained silent for 2 minutes. The signal connection between the world and hell was very poor. It takes a little transmission time for the two sides to exchange memories, especially important memories. After browsing the newly acquired memories, First fell silent. He picked up the red wine glass to calm down, but failed to do so and it all came out. Are you kidding me? Are you crazy or am I crazy? You call Wayne's thing the Son of God. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 526. First wiped the red wine from the corner of his mouth. There are no saints in the world. The Son of God has nothing to do with morality. He understands the truth, but since he is the Son of God, he should at least have a side that is worthy of holiness. It can't be nothing at all. First shook his head. He couldn't find any reason why Wayne was the Son of God. On the contrary, he could give 1,000 reasons why Wayne was not the Son of God without repeating. In short, Wayne is not like the Son of God, at most he is like a person. That makes sense. First agreed with himself and asked the arrogant Lord of Hell if there was a possibility that there was a misunderstanding. A Son of God like Wayne, not to mention the angels can't accept it, he, a devil, is a little confused. He can't understand it, he doesn't understand it, and he doesn't feel it's amazing. The arrogant answer is simple and clear: impossible, absolutely impossible. That's right. Eliminate all impossibilities. No matter how unbelievable the rest is, it must be the truth. Outrageous, this thing is really the Son of God. No wonder the reincarnated angel has never been found. It's completely unrelated. No one can find it? Tisk tisk, Hexunyo knew Wayne was the Son of God a long time ago and kept it a secret. Old friends have ideas. Thinking of Hexunyo hiding the truth and secretly serving the Son of God, First couldn't help but be overjoyed. The archangels were fighting among themselves, and heaven was going to be in chaos. Le.jpg. After laughing for a while, First couldn't laugh anymore. Suddenly he remembered that if he hadn't done this, Hexunyo would never find the Son of God in his lifetime. No, 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 you can't think like that. Change your mind. Because of my evil plan, the civil strife in heaven is a foregone conclusion. That's right, I personally led the civil strife in heaven. What is the Lord of Arrogance? Back.jpg. First began to laugh again, looking forward to the day of civil strife in heaven. Hearing the arrogant voice of hell, he tilted his head and looked into the distance. You asked me what Wayne was doing. Good question. To be honest, I don't understand either. He was beating Ur, and he hit him hard. You said to watch, haha, you know what I'm going to say, right? Yes, the Son of God beats the Archangel. This is a rare grand scene in 1,000 years. What level are you? Watch the same fun as me. My request is very simple, send more thoughts to me, I want to become stronger. Nonsense, of course I will be killed by him. You don't know how strong he is now. If he sees through me, I'm dead. How can you watch fun without ability? You are only worthy of being fun. Outskirts of London. Wayne stood in the sky in the shape of a bat demon. His lies gave birth to hypocrisy, and his closed anxiety gave birth to fear. He threw the blame for the new chapter of the 7 deadly sins on the 7 virtues. The taunting effect was directly pulled to the maximum. Being pointed at by the devil on the moral high ground, and speaking the truth, the reincarnated angel could no longer bear it, gave up the process of threatening words, and went straight into the battle. The 4 reincarnated 7 virtues covered each other, were full of lies, and were very hypocritical: the pressure from heaven, the comeback of hell, and the lack of news from the Son of God, the pressure was full, and they were afraid because of anxiety. Lies will not break people's defenses, but the truth will. The devil can't be allowed to talk anymore. Ur was surrounded by arrogance, and the holy spear in his hand shed infinite light, summoning a huge cross phantom from the sky, imprisoning the bat demon and nailing it above. Recently, in addition to being busy looking for the Son of God, Ur spent the rest of his time taking back the power of heaven. He did not have the trouble of Hexunyo/Mona's two sides, and the speed of his strength climbing was visible to the naked eye, far ahead of the 7 reincarnated angels. Ur was confident that he had the ability to expel the so-called Lord of Hypocrisy. Click. The moment Wayne flapped his wings, a thick darkness gushed out, and the terrifying energy swept the entire cross with overwhelming force. The light dissipated, and darkness took its place. Cracks spread everywhere, and the magnificent cross that was originally filled with holy will fell apart in the blink of an eye. Yule's scalp tingled. This devil was too strong. It was just a wisp of thought that was so powerful. How terrifying the main body must be when it descended. Yule didn't dare to think too much, raised his arm and raised his spear, calling for justice to rush forward. Wait a minute. Wayne raised his hand to stop, and under the frustrated gaze of the reincarnated angels such as Ur, he waved his hand to imprison the surrounding space, and explained kindly, the battle between heaven and hell, the contest between angels and demons, the collision between the 7 virtues and the 7 sins, should not involve mortals. You are used to being high and mighty and don't care, but I really care. Ur's face flushed. He also cared, even for the glory of heaven, he had to care as an archangel. It's a pity that his strength does not allow it. I was worried that too much energy would be consumed before the war, resulting in failure at the last moment, so I didn't set up the barrier. Okay, now it's okay, I blocked the nearby space, no ordinary people will be hurt, you can go all out without scruples. Wayne said lightly, you are angels, angels should be great and glorious, there are some things you can't say, saying too much seems hypocritical, I will help you say. There is no need to talk about chivalry to deal with demons, everything is for justice, you all go together. We will go together without you saying it. Ur let out a low roar. He had never experienced such a frustrating battle before. He held the spear in front of his chest and flapped his wings to charge forward. Holy light surrounded his body and turned into a cross shadow that rushed straight to where Wayne was. Wayne raised his hand to catch the holy spear. His calm attitude formed a sharp contrast with Ur. On one side was the calm darkness, and on the other side was the boiling holy light. The great demon king suppressed the archangel with absolute advantage. Ur roared repeatedly, and with all his strength, he could not make the holy spear move forward. Justice with bare hands is not justice. You cannot punish sins. You are not justice. Wayne tightened his 5 fingers, and in Ur's horrified eyes, he forcibly took the holy spear away. The next second, a white light flashed, and severe pain swept through the whole body from the chest, causing Ur to roar and scream. Wayne pierced Ur's chest with the holy spear in his hand, and lifted it in the air. The golden blood flowed down the gun body, dripping into a line. Look, justice is crying, and you can't do anything. How about this, instead of letting justice be wronged, let me represent justice. I have the ability to protect her from crying. He. Wayne laughed heartily, clenched his fist and blasted forward, and the black fist wind hit Ur's face hard, knocking the latter out. A stream of white light cut through the sky, hit the space barrier heavily, and after a roar, fell to the ground below with disgrace. Hexunyo looked at Wayne with shining eyes. Because of her imagination, every word of Wayne inspired her deeply, the road to redemption was right in front of her, and her soul was shaking with infinite joy. Hexunyo, why are you still standing there? Kirer called out loudly. The devil is powerful, and Ur is no match at all. In this battle, all the reincarnated angels must go all out. he persuaded Hexunyo to put aside his prejudices. Now is not the time to have a conflict with Ur. Hexunyo suddenly woke up. Yes, according to the script, she should go all out at this moment. There will be plenty of time for personal worship in the future. 3 streams of light cut through the night sky. Hexunyo, Kirer, and Vikal completed the encirclement from 3 angles. Whether it was a gun or a sword, each weapon burned with blazing holy flames, and the holy will filled in it reached Wayne's vitals. The angel Fred did not enter the scene. He knew that he was not good enough and it would only cause trouble if he went up. He spread the holy light array under his feet and assisted the 4-7 virtues to pull all the buffs. In fact, with or without Fred's buff, the result was the same. He and the 7 virtues had a huge gap in strength. His milk could not be said to be icing on the cake, but it was definitely dispensable. Swish! The 3 sharp blades crossed, and Wayne's body faded and disappeared. When he appeared again, he had come behind Vikal. Vikal seemed to have been prepared. The moment he turned around, the holy spear condensed into surging holy flames, twisted the space and melted it, slashing at the striking head with 6 eyes. Wayne took the holy spear with one hand, tightened his 5 fingers, and crushed the holy flames. The terrifying power extended down the spear body, making Vikal understand the reason why Ur was vulnerable. It was not that Ur did not want to resist, but that he simply could not do it. Wayne took Ur's holy spear and held it in his hand. He smiled at Vikal. The tip of the spear tore through the space, crushed a large piece of black turbulence, and slowly stabbed Vikal's chest like a cat playing with a mouse. There was plenty of time, and Vikal could dodge by waving his wings. But to dodge, he had to give up the holy spear in his hand. He was unwilling to succumb to the devil. His body burst into flames and pulled out a series of strong restrictions in front of him. Wayne held the tip of the spear and stabbed it down. The speed was still slow. The restriction defense was like paper, which broke at the touch and could not stop the tip of the spear from sliding down. At this time, Kirer descended from the sky, wielding the holy spear with both hands and striking at Wayne's forehead. Wayne smiled slightly and raised the holy spear to resist. With a loud bang, the strong light and air waves swept in all directions, and the terrifying shock wave blew the space, and the ripples rolled across the border, and the solidified space was as turbulent as the sea. Hexunyo rushed out from behind with the Sword of Oath, slashing with the sword light, splitting the space waves, and saw Wayne's back, with golden light flashing in his eyes, and the Sword of Oath pierced the vital point of his heart. Facing the test of the Son of God, Hexunyo chose to go all out. A white afterimage flashed, and the pale long-tailed snake wrapped around Hexunyo's body like a snake, tightening it, and imprisoning it in mid-air and unable to move. At the end of the long tail, the black tail-tip blade was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, piercing Hexunyo's face. Hexunyo raised the Sword of Oath to block, and the surging force pressed down, and the edge of the oath was getting closer and closer to Hexunyo's neck. In just half a month, Wayne's strength has changed dramatically. Hexunyo didn't feel anything different, and he thought it should be so. On the day of his resurrection from the dead, the Son of God had become a god, and he pretended to be ignorant and weak in order to redeem the 7 deadly sins. Even now, the Son of God did not go all out, leaving some hope to encourage them to work together to defeat the devil. Is it really the devil that was defeated? No, it was themselves, their hypocrisy and fear. Only by putting aside their selfish desires and bravely facing lies and anxiety can we grasp the light of hope. This is the real intention of the Son of God to guide them. Thinking of this, Hexunyo admired him even more and felt that he had realized it again. Well done, don't let go. With 6 wings in the air, the stained owl looked fierce, locked on the powerful devil that could not be defeated, opened the eye of judgment and shot a golden light. The divine light of the Holy Will entered his body, and Wayne shook slightly, without suffering any damage. Ur was horrified. How could this happen? This is impossible. Hizaunyo. Idiot, how can you use the sword of heaven to kill the Son of God? Hizaunyo was obsessed with Wayne's nonsense. Every word of nonsense in her ears was linked to divinity and spirituality. After thinking about it, she got a warning word by word. She was so excited that her whole face turned red and her soul was shaking. That kind of excitement was comparable to being baptized by the Son of God and taken to heaven in person. Because she was tied up, outsiders thought there was nothing wrong. They just thought she was doing her best and struggling to get out. It's useless. You are hypocritical with your lies. The more hypocritical the 7 virtues are, the stronger the 7 sins are, and the stronger I am. Wayne turned his head to look at Wooer. If you don't believe it, you can try again. I promise not to hide. Wooer roared, locked the devil, and continuously activated the Eye of Judgment. Wayne did what he said. He didn't hide if he said he would not hide. He took all the damage and asked Wooer to do more. However, he didn't. Although Wooer didn't pant like a dog, he consumed too much and lost weight. Wooer, W. I feel my body is hollowed out. As expected of the Archangel, he is so strong. Wayne exclaimed, and a thick darkness erupted from his body. One after another, dark chains extended out, entwining Hexunyo, Kirer, and Vikal, wrapping them into 3 huge black spheres. The 3 angels all had good strength and tried their best, but they just couldn't beat them. They were easily defeated without even having time to use their ultimate moves. Archangel Ur, you are the only reincarnated angel present. Wayne waved his bat wings and slowly flew towards Ur. What is your choice, surrender, or die in battle? Fred. Is there a possibility that there is another reincarnated angel? Ur's face was livid, and he gritted his teeth and said, if it weren't for reincarnation, I wouldn't have regained all my strength, and you wouldn't be my opponent. It's the same, my original body is in hell, and I didn't come in perfect form. Wayne said calmly, this is not the reason for your defeat. The strong won't complain about the environment, the weak will. Oh, you are the weak, sorry, I am being unreasonable. Ur was furious, and clenched his fists and said, heaven will never yield to hell, I would rather die in battle than surrender to you. As you wish. Wayne nodded, raised the holy spear in his hand and was about to throw it out. Wait a minute. What, have you figured it out? Wayne narrowed his 6 eyes, let me guess, just be patient, avoid the edge for a while, surrender to the devil as a lackey for a while, and then recover your full strength and fight the devil to the death, right? That's your hell, there are no such angels in heaven. Ur narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Wayne, while looking at the 3 colleagues sealed by the 7 deadly sins chains. Surrender is impossible, and dying in battle is not within his consideration. The most urgent task is to rescue the 7 virtues. The Lord of Hypocrisy is too strong, and he cannot defeat him alone. Yes, although your justice is weak, your ignorance and arrogance are deep-rooted. I admire your courage. Wayne waved and threw the holy spear. Yule raised his hand to catch the holy spear, his face gloomy. What do you mean, do you look down on me? Wow, you are so smart. Wayne exclaimed, apologetically said, I was arrogant before, I always thought you were a fool. Asshole. Yule roared and rushed towards Wayne. The moment he passed by, the holy spear in his hand was taken away again. He did not stop and accelerated to the location of the chain seal. Boom. The terrifying force fell from the sky, and Yule's eyes were spinning. With a bang, he hit the ground space and dug out a deep pit. Wayne slowly landed, folded his bat wings and stood on the edge of the pit. Seeing Ur staggering to his feet, he waved and threw a spear. This time, Ur did not take it, but dodged sideways, refusing the devil's humiliating charity. The holy light sword, Ur flapped his 6 wings, clenched his fists and came to Wayne. Bang! With a loud bang, the white light flew out, followed by the black figure, pressing the white light to the ground and rubbing it in various ways. Fred came to support, was wrapped in black chains, and was thrown aside like a dumpling. Boom. 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 After beating for 5 minutes, Wayne stopped. I asked you to have a meeting, but you didn't come. You don't want to come, right? Then don't have a meeting. Among the 7 reincarnated angels, Hexunyo and Hea are his own people, and Olga is half of his own people. Wayne will not embarrass them. Fred, Vikal, and Kirer are acquaintances, and Wayne will not embarrass them either. The only target left for retaliation is Ur. When Wayne holds a grudge, his memory is quite good, and he can remember everything he sees. He remembers very clearly that Ur had been sarcastic to him before, and he was very talkative. Archangel Ur, what do you think now? Do you choose to surrender or be beaten to death by me? Wayne grabbed Ur's collar and lifted him up in the air. The latter had 6 broken wings, and his hands and feet were limp and drooping. Although he looked embarrassed, his eyes were bright and his mouth was still firm. Death is not scary, but depravity is scary. I, Ur, will never bow to the devil. As you wish, I will grant you death. Wayne raised his fist. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Let me die clearly. What's the new chapter of the 7 deadly sins? I have never heard of the Lord of Hypocrisy and the Lord of Fear. Are the 7 deadly sins, wrath and gluttony, really dead? Ur asked with a heavy breath. On the one hand, he was confused, and on the other hand, he had expectations for his colleagues. Let's ignore Kirer and Vikal for now. Hexunyo, who is also a seraph, will definitely break through the seal of the 7 deadly sins. He can delay time and save his life while obtaining important information. You are talking about these things, it's not impossible to tell you. Wayne smiled slightly, and Ur's heart slowly calmed down. But, it's too time-consuming to talk about it for a long time, and it's easy to mislead you to talk about it in a short time after thinking about it. You are going to die anyway, so I won't waste my saliva. Ur's heart was relieved. The fist that condensed boundless darkness quickly enlarged in front of him. Ur only felt a pull in the space. The sky and the earth were so big that everything was flying away rapidly, until the whole world could only accommodate this fist. Crack! Ur closed his eyes tightly, thinking that he was going to die, but he didn't. It was not his head that was broken, but the surrounding space. The full moon was in the sky, and the terrifying breath dissipated like a tide. When he opened his eyes again, the fist of the Lord of Hypocrisy turned into ashes, and his body faded, dissipating into nothingness bit by bit. Wayne looked at his disappearing fist and murmured, "It's time." What a pity. The first time I tried the new Hell Gate, the result was not very ideal. If I had known this, I shouldn't have said so much nonsense. Ah! 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 Ur was confused, and the hand holding his collar collapsed. He staggered and fell to the ground. Listening to the helpless voice of the Lord of Hypocrisy, he felt that he should do something after escaping death. At this time, laughing is enough. Ha ha ha! Bang! With a long tail sweeping, Ur stuck to the air with a snap, and as the solidified space dissipated, it fell to the ground in a spiral. In the back, Hexunyo and others broke away from the collapsed seal and looked at the Lord of Hypocrisy, who dissipated on his own. Their faces were extremely ugly. Lost miserably. It was my mistake that I failed to bring the 7 fallen virtues to hell today, but it doesn't matter. If the gate of hell can be opened once, it can be opened a second time, until it is connected to the human world forever. Wayne's body faded rapidly, and everything below the chest disappeared. Although I am hypocritical, I never lie and will not keep you waiting for a long time. We will meet soon. I hope you can make me more satisfied next time. This time is too boring. I haven't even used my strength, and you fell. Before he finished speaking, the Lord of Hypocrisy dispersed. The reincarnated angels were relieved. Fred dug Ur out of the pit as soon as possible and injected holy light to heal his injuries. In this battle, although Ur did the most, he certainly made the greatest contribution. Without him using his body to control the fist of the Lord of Hypocrisy for 5 minutes, the consequences would be disastrous. You all heard it? The new gate of hell. The devil has found a way to break the seal. Ur was supported by Fred to stand up and whispered, "There is also this Lord of Hypocrisy." A new chapter of the 7 deadly sins has begun. Hell is about to make a comeback. Do you have any good ideas? X4. Vickle sighed. Hypocrisy is too strong. In the whole heaven, I am afraid that only Michael can compete with it, but there is also a powerful arrogance in hell. Michael is not enough to defeat hypocrisy and arrogance at the same time. There is also the Lord of Fear, who is not a good person. What went wrong? How did hell become so powerful? Is it true that, as hypocrisy said, our lies and anxiety gave birth to more powerful 7 deadly sins? Hexunio said worriedly. The effect was average, no one paid attention, and Ur flatly denied it. The devil is full of lies, hypocrisy is worthy of the name. Hexunio, don't listen to his nonsense. Hexunio. The angels don't deserve salvation, and you don't deserve it either. The good intentions of the Son of God are in vain. Kirer said, no matter whether the words of the devil are true or false, his appearance is extremely powerful. Assuming that the new gate of hell can still open like tonight, will we have the same good luck as tonight? There was silence. Yule was anxious and said quickly, no matter what, send the information of the new chapter of the 7 deadly sins back to heaven first, let Mikkel strengthen the seal of hell, and as for us, find the Son of God as soon as possible and bring him back to heaven before the gate of hell opens. As he said, Ur described his plan. In the future, he will do his best to regain the power of heaven, and entrust the task of finding the Son of God to other reincarnated angels. The crisis is extremely serious, and no one is allowed to make trouble at this juncture. After the voice fell, he stared at Hexunio. I'm talking about you, you just know how to make trouble every day. If you mention the Son of God Wayne again in the future, don't blame everyone for turning against you. Hexunio nodded. The road to redemption has been opened. She will not mention the truth that Wayne is the Son of God in the short term, and she will not mention it in the future. She believes that her colleagues will embark on the road of redemption, understand the good intentions of the Son of God, and naturally know who the Son of God is. Thinking of this, Hexunio left first and flew towards the direction of Wayne's house. After listening to a lot of wise sayings, it was very uncomfortable to be neither up nor down. She hoped that the Son of God would analyze it word by word and sort it out for her. It's okay to dredge or infuse, anyway. Julian family mansion. Firsta watched the whole process with a hideous face. Seeing the Son of God pretending to be cool and beating the reincarnated angel in various ways was really more uncomfortable than killing him. Although the new hypocrisy played the prestige of hell and trampled on the majesty of heaven and humiliated it severely, he personally supported it, but when he thought that hypocrisy was Wayne, he was not so happy immediately. Why? Why does the Son of God pretend to be a devil? But, he is a devil. Hypocrisy is one of the 7 deadly sins. Damn, I almost got fooled by the Son of God. First picked up the red wine bottle and slurped it. He couldn't figure out what Wayne's actions meant. He defined it as a way to have fun. The Son of God was happy, but first was unhappy. Wayne can enter and exit hell freely. It doesn't make much sense to send him back to hell, but watching him pretending to be awesome all the time, and there will be next time and next time, he is very unhappy. Even if Wayne beat up the reincarnated angel and the Son of God beat up the angel, it was an internal fight in heaven, but he still didn't understand. To explain why, the Son of God is the Lord of hypocrisy and the devil. 2 devils can't accomplish anything big. They will interfere with each other, and one of them will definitely come out to drag them down. Let me think about how to expose his identity. The identity of the Son of God cannot be exposed. There is no point in shaking hands and making peace. Just expose his identity as the hypocritical Lord. It's useless to expose the identity of the Son of God. I am a devil and tell the truth. With Wayne's kind of stuff, or will be crazy to believe it. No, I can't be exposed. I haven't had enough good days. After thinking for a while, first thought of a clever plan for fun. Last time, he threw out a book of hell. Calculating the time, it just came in handy. Let me see which unlucky guy got my book of hell. Hey, a legendary wizard, or a high-ranking church official. Okay, you are so lucky, let you expose Wayne's hypocritical identity. As soon as he said it, first contacted the unlucky lucky man who picked up the book of hell, and implanted his plan into the other party's mind, so that he could rush to London as quickly as possible. After getting everything done, first was full of joy and anticipation. The simple hypocritical Lord's identity was exposed, and he was forced to mingle with the reincarnated angels. The fun was just average, but if the hypocritical Lord was the Son of Heaven, the fun would be extraordinary. First was looking forward to Wayne's expression when his hypocrisy was exposed, and even more looking forward to what kind of fate would happen to the angels like Ur after the Son of Heaven returned to heaven. Will he not be demoted to a throne angel? No, it's too kind, it's not Wayne's style. First thought he knew Wayne very well. His mind couldn't be said to be narrow, but at least it was narrow. Wayne didn't argue for 3 points, and he didn't let others go even if he was right. He didn't have any mind at all. Ur jumped so happily, and the Son of Heaven Wayne would never let him go. Fun.jpg. Ur, I don't have any good way to deal with the Son of Heaven, so I chose you as a second choice. Old friend, don't let me down. He. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 527. Damn old Deng, he didn't come. Wayne's house, Wayne muttered in the living room, this dark night is too cautious, and he won't play high-end games if he can, leaving him no chance at all. God has mercy on him, what bad intentions can Wayne have? It's nothing more than kicking ass and letting the human cannon fly. Hea and Olga stood behind Wayne as usual, but Hexunyo didn't. The hypocritical Lord's divine speech was extremely powerful, which worked better than any sweet words for her. At this moment, he sat on the whip, occasionally wiping the whip, wanting to get close to the sun's divine light stick. Wayne, eh? What, you want to become light too? Something's wrong, 100% wrong. Wayne was at a loss, and after a while, he roughly understood Hexunyo's XP. He looked at the time, and there was still some time before the agreed morning departure, so he patted his ass and asked Hexunyo to go upstairs with him. Inside the house, Wayne took out the Bible and read a few sentences, and the effect was unexpectedly strong. Outside the house, Olga hugged his shoulders and shook his head repeatedly, and Hea was in a state of dismay, and once again fell into doubts about life. Again, I don't understand where I lost. June 19, 6 o'clock in the morning. Wayne arrived at the Dark Saint Manor with 3 reincarnated angels. In the back garden, all the strong men Wayne summoned for this trip were there. Kote, Gilun, Anastasia, the 3 saints, Delane, Wise, Valkyrie, the 3 knights, Hexunyo, Hea, Olga, the 3 angels. Plus Wayne himself, it just makes up 10, a standard brave team mode. Strong soldiers and horses, this is a sure thing. Wayne looked towards the manor house and shouted to the living room, Sukla, there are 3 saints from the church here, and you are the only one missing. Aren't you going to fight for the Church of Death? No one responded, probably pretending to be dead. Wayne shook his head and didn't force it. Sukla had suffered all the hardships in the first half of his life, and he was waiting for death to return and then resign as the saint. He had no other request except to be supported. Such a salted fish, even if he was able to step onto the battlefield, had lost the faith and will to fight. Forcing people to go over would hurt the other party. Besides, if there is no saint of death, there is still the Death Knight. Wayne murmured. Today, there is no need to worry about the vest. He waved his hand to pull out the shadow nightmare from the void, closed his eyes and sensed it and projected it out. Go. While Wayne was leaving through space, First in London noticed this fluctuation. He was in the dark, and no one knew his existence, so he could always take the lead. Wayne went to Prussia. Why did he go there? He brought so many beauties with him, he is worthy of being the Son of God. The quality of the Silver Party is really high. First frowned. As an experienced person, the Silver Party can be anywhere. There is no need to go to Prussia. Is there any other explanation? Prussia, the capital of Balo. During the war, Balo was a place of peace and prosperity. Even if the head of state lost his mind and played two-line operations, the capital Balo was still unaffected. The whole nation has not yet started mobilization. No matter how others evaluate the mustache, at least in Prussia today, the mustache is very popular and the support rate remains high. New Imperial Chancellery. The 10-man team is divided into 4 groups, 1 group of 3 angels, 1 group of Anastasia and Wise, 1 group of Code, Gilun, Valkyrie, and Elaine, and 1 group of Wayne himself. This is done to avoid conflicts. Today, the goddess is playing for you. If you don't distinguish them clearly, you will only get along with your own people. That's right, I'm talking about Idnis. This woman is an old yin-yang master, and it is easy to stir up a lot of anger. Except for Wei Zi, no one is suitable to be a teammate. Wayne made a gesture, letting the 3 groups occupy one side of the equilateral triangle, and walked in through the gate of the Prime Minister's office with a step that did not recognize any relatives. His extremely friendly smile prevented him from being questioned, and the guards nodded and saluted from time to time, as if he was working here. After Wayne left, the 3 goddesses descended into the body of the saint. Shilu looked at her unreliable knight with a cold face. Delian, is the oracle completed? Goddess, can't we be more tactful? You keep urging like this, and your cold image has fallen. Delian smiled embarrassedly and bowed. My goddess, I have been working hard, but the key is not me. You know, Wayne, I have received a number and am queuing. Can't you cut in line? How can you cut in line? Find Chris or Philomena, they will definitely help you. Luke gave the correct answer in her heart. There are some things that the goddess cannot say openly, which will affect her cold image. She stopped at the right time and hoped that the incompetent knight would understand it himself. Delane lowered his head and said weakly, Goddess, do you think it is feasible to promote Chris to become a saint and let Philomena succeed as the Moonlight Knight? You are the goddess, and I am the goddess? Luke looked at her coldly. Delane had no choice but to spread his hands and said, You may not believe it, but Wayne is not greedy for my body, and he will be skipped even if he succeeds in cutting in line. Why, don't you have a good impression of him? I have a good impression of him. Delane's eyes widened, and Luke glared back at him. He was scared on the spot and said dryly, Well, I have a little good impression of him because he is very good at playing cards, and I have always wanted to beat him once. So what? But due to some misunderstandings, he said that brand is equal to character, and he thought I was of poor quality. Shilu opened her mouth, but could not refute for a moment. She had seen Delane at the card table, and her quality was not ordinary. On the side, Gaul was so happy that he patted Valkyrie on the shoulder and said, Look, our Church of the Sun doesn't have this problem. The knights I chose are better than the last, at least they are very qualified in terms of moral quality. Valkyrie. It's hard to say that the next son knight Willie and Wayne are very close and have been together many times. Their moral quality has been affected by them and their growth is worrying. Seeing that Valkyrie didn't speak, Gaul looked up and down and said in surprise, I didn't notice it before, Kolash, you are also very beautiful. Valkyrie stiffened and quietly took a half step back. Korosh, I have an oracle here, which is related to the future of the kingdom of God. Are you willing to accept an important mission? Korosh, speak. On the other side of the equilateral triangle, Hea glared at Hexeuno's back and groaned, the archangel has given repeated orders. This is a very important move. Some Zyobaichi are shameless and want to seduce the archangel before leaving home. Bah! It will be bright tomorrow. Ajia nodded with deep understanding. Hea was right. Some Xiaobaichi did go too far. They relied on the archangel's pampering to make excessive demands, causing the archangel's purity to be tainted a lot. Hexeuno's face turned red and he snorted without responding. It was probably the sage's time. After she calmed down, she regretted that she was indeed too presumptuous this morning. It was obviously not like this before. However, this cannot be blamed on her. When the Holy Son dictated the Bible and translated it, the temptation was immediately overflowing. What could be wrong with her waiting for baptism with a pilgrim heart? The starting point is good. Xiaobaichi, talk. There's nothing to say, Fleur. I'll have plenty of time to deal with you slowly when I return to heaven, Hexeuno said lightly. Haha, you will show your true colors when you return to heaven. It's not certain who will deal with who. Hea refused to accept, feeling inexplicable fear, and tugged on Olga's sleeves. Good sister, when the time comes, you can help me hold the line and see how I beat her. No problem. Olga nodded with a serious face. The little nun pretended and asked her to play the archangel, and she took it seriously. Angels are so annoying. On the last side of the equilateral triangle, Wei Zi faced the goddess directly, with a drop of cold sweat flowing from the corner of her brow. Vichy. Exist. I haven't finished speaking yet. Who asked you to interrupt? Do you want to rebel? Idna sneered and forced Wei Zi into the corner. I understand, you think that because you have kissed Wayne, you can be on an equal footing with me, so you don't take me, the goddess of darkness, seriously, do you? Wei Zi was sweating profusely and shook her head hurriedly to express her loyalty. There is no doubt about her loyalty, and Idnis has never doubted it, but as a leader, it is unreasonable to say that he will catch the pigtails just by entering the door with his left foot. Wei Zi had no choice but to retreat, but Ednis raised her hand to lift her chin, sweating profusely as she said, My goddess, I have no intention of offending Mr. Wayne. The accident last night can actually be explained. Explain, tell me who is the shameless person who framed you. In just one sentence, the conversation was over. When the Lord God is shameless, the God-chosen knight is helpless. He knows the truth but is helpless due to obligations and responsibilities. Speak, who is so shameless? Yes, it's me. Wei Zi's mentality collapsed and she gave up on herself. No one framed me. I took the initiative to seduce Mr. Wayne. All the mistakes are my fault. Do you dare next time? How could I know this? Speak. Next time, maybe, I'll still dare. Wei Zi knew that the goddess dared, and because of her loyalty, she bravely took on the responsibility. I knew you weren't willing to just be a knight. You were ambitious, wanted to make progress, and were thinking about the pretty boy I raised. Idna sneered again and pinched Wei Zi's face with her hands. What a cold face, with such an abstinent look, and clearly has bad intentions. Today you dare to think about the pretty face, and tomorrow you dare to think about the position of the goddess of darkness. Vichy. You daring madman, luckily I discovered it early, otherwise you would have succeeded. Let me think about how I should deal with you. Idnis frowned and pretended to think, then her eyes lit up and she said, "Okay, before you fall asleep to the pretty boy, I'll use your body to sleep with him. What do you think?" "I don't think it works. I don't think it's feasible. All the benefits belong to you. How can it be so cheap?" Idnis shook her head incomprehensibly, and said in a strange tone, "Did you have a heartbeat just now? Do you really think I'm coming?" "No, not excited." "Asshole, why aren't you moved? Isn't the pretty boy I raised bad? Have I wronged you?" Wei Zi didn't want to talk, she was too tired and wanted to die. "I've got a mission for you." Idnis pointed at her face and said dissatisfied, "Anastasia is so annoying. She is gentle and generous, beautiful, and has a good figure. From now on, the more you say bad things about her in front of Wayne, the more you say bad things about her. The better, do you understand?" "Vichy. My goddess, are you serious about getting angry with your own saint?" Inside the Prime Minister's office, Wayne walked in and out as if he was in a deserted place. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers to stop a staff member holding a document. "Who are you talking about? How do you get to the head of state's office?" "Go straight ahead, turn right and go straight, the first office is there." "These documents?" "I'm about to send him to the Führer." "Oh, is that your excellency?" "Rudolf, Deputy Führer of Prussia." Wayne's eyes twitched as he caught a random passerby and turned out to be a big fish. After learning Rudolf's identity, Wayne looked at him again and felt something was different immediately. He was just an ordinary staff member, but suddenly he had a dignified aura of someone holding great power. He patted Rudolf on the shoulder and took the document into his hands. "Okay, you have nothing to do here. Go and do your work. I will hand the document to the head of state." "Thank you for your hard work." Rudolf turned and left blankly, as if he was just an ordinary person. Wayne sighed and did not expose the other party's acting skills. He walked towards the head of state's office holding the document and shook his head. "It is indeed the case. I should have confirmed it myself last time." "Forget it, I was not qualified to confirm it last time." Bang bang bang. Wayne knocked on the office door, ignored the guards on the left and right, opened the door and walked in. Behind the huge desk, the mustachioed Führerkadr held a pencil behind his hands, expressionlessly looking at the map of the God's chosen continent on the wall. The area where Frank is located is divided by lines and is now fragmented. The Windsor and Ross federations are individually circled, and several lines are interspersed from everywhere, implying the strategic route of the Lightning Troops' march. "My head of state, this is the document you want." Wayne stepped forward. "Just put it on the table." Heidel turned around and looked at Wayne intently for a moment. "You, Christian, why weren't you given the synchronized evolution by the mechanical weapon information?" Wayne was stunned when he heard this. Christian was the vest he used in Prussia last time. Not only did he gain a lot, but he also used this identity to accidentally rescue Hea and Fred. Sure enough, the head of state has always known. Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the map. "Since you opened up, I'll boldly ask, can you tell me what the ultimate goal of the evil plan is? You can obviously win all the time, so why can't you think of losing? Where did you lose?" "It's true. There is only one continent in the God's chosen continent, and Prussia will not necessarily lose in a two-front battle. If the opponent completely fails to act, the evolution of mechanical weapons will be enough to sweep the entire world. Kadra's appearance has nothing to do with sunshine, but his confidence is truly confident." He put down the pencil in his hand. "The mechanical armed forces will win the final victory. No one can stop his arrival. My plans are never evil. It's you who misunderstood the future." Speaking of this, Heidel showed disdain. "You are very powerful, strong enough to wipe out the entire Prime Minister's office, but your knowledge of the world is seriously insufficient. You do not understand the purpose of war and the truth of death. There is no ability to change the future. Wayne frowned. The purpose of the war and the truth of death did not refer to the gods' chosen continent. Thinking that the three goddesses only said half of what they said, he tried, the source of mechanical weapons is a god, and Prussia is his favored land. Heidel nodded, so you know and understand something about the prophecy. What prophecy? Wayne raised his brows and said in a cliché, there are many translations of prophecies. The prophecy you think is completely opposite to the prophecy I think. The war is destined to end. No war will continue to break out. As for death, peace will eventually return. Ha ha ha, your translation is too naive. Kidra showed enthusiasm, the wheels of war are rolling forward. Once started, they will not stop. Everything is doomed. Everyone will become nourishment. The prophecy points to the day of judgment. Everyone will face the judgment, including the gods. Will perish in this era. There was no beginning or end. Wayne had no idea what he was talking about. He only knew that the three goddesses understood the prophecy. Following this clue and analyzing it, he had a general idea in his mind. In the old era, the War of Faith, a total of 6 gods were born. Heavenly Father, Nature, Sun, Moonlight, Darkness, Death. A new era begins, new gods appear, restart myths, and start a new round of faith wars. The Heavenly Father was the most powerful and walked away into the void. Before leaving, he left behind his successor and asked the reincarnated angels to search for the Son. The 5 goddesses do not have this ability. In order to deal with the second round of myths, they each plan their future. Among them, Natural believes that he can only rely on himself to become a god, seize the power of death, and accelerate his own evolution to deal with unknown crises. The other goddesses either formed a group or made secret preparations. What's more, they spent a lot of money in order to win over their allies and were willing to see the scenery at the bottom of the pit even though they knew it was a trap. The idea is generally there, down to every detail, all kinds of vague. Wayne looked at Heidel and shook his head slightly, the war will stop. When I step into this office, the wheels of war are destined to not move forward. No, you don't understand war, let alone human hearts. Seidel sat on the chair and said calmly, I can't resist your ability. When you step into this office, my death is a foregone conclusion, but war will not. Can you stop the Prussian chariot from advancing? Can you still stop her from retreating? What's the meaning? Wayne was confused. Prussia was defeated and the war was over. He had no reason to stop the lightning chariot from retreating. You really don't understand anything. Heidel smiled, if it could be stopped, the gods would have stopped it, but they didn't. Your action today was successful and failed. When you witness the real war in the future, you will know that what you did today is meaningless. Unfortunately, I can't see the real war. After saying this, he looked dazed and lonely, but soon, his whole face was full of fanatical faith, and his limbs twisted in laughter, deforming in the direction of black and hard. Mechanical armament. A nuclear hydrogen warhead replaced Heidel, and its size became larger and larger, crushing the seat with a click. It looked full of equivalent and extremely radioactive. Take back what I said before, he is quite sunny. In Wayne's ears, similar mechanical sounds continued, filling every corner of the Prime Minister's office. Once detonated at the same time, the huge power would be enough to send the entire Berlot to heaven. Tisk, they explode all the time, the fanatics are too uncultured. Boom. The sky and the earth roared, and a roar resounded through the sky. A ball of orange flame rose from the ground, shaking the whole world. The strong light and heat wave did not dissipate, and were restrained in the Prime Minister's office by invisible forces. The air around seemed to solidify, firmly blocked by the inky darkness, and the light seemed to be imprisoned in the black coffin. Even with infinite power, it could not break through a bit. In the vicinity of the Prime Minister's office, Passers-by looked at the black coffin rising from the ground curiously, until a series of hurried footsteps came from the streets and alleys, and then hurriedly left and dared not stay for long. The black light dissipated, and the Prime Minister's office was in ruins. Except for the magma all over the ground, the rest was wiped out. Wayne walked out of the ruins with a white face and looked back at the Prime Minister's office. The purpose of this trip had been achieved. Without the mustache as the spiritual core, Prussia would only lose battle after battle and could not replicate its previous arrogant record. Windsor, Frank, and the Ross Federation will not stop their counterattack. The war is indeed not over, and I can't stop it. Is that what you mean? Wayne thought expressionlessly. Not only these countries, but also Prussia's good ally Inoria, which was defeated and annexed by Prussia before, will stand up in time and declare war on Prussia immediately. The one-sided war will end soon, and it seems, it has stopped. What's wrong? Wayne shook his head and walked into the alley. He met his 9 teammates head-on. Seeing that the 3 goddesses had left, he secretly said that it was bad luck. From the looks of it, the 3 goddesses already knew the result of today, and none of them reminded him, waiting to see him get frustrated. That can't be said. The goddesses are very busy, and it's already a great honor for them to accompany him on a special trip. Wayne. He has an average relationship with Gaylor and Chalouk, and can't do anything about these 2. Idnis is different. She will stand up and kick tonight, and she won't stop until she cries until she loses her voice. Let's go, there's nothing for us to do here. Wayne waved his hand and pulled out the Shadow Nightmare. It was an action that started well but ended badly, all because of his ally, the Riddler, who knew the truth but didn't tell anyone. London. Julian family mansion. First put down the secretary in his arms and picked up the red wine glass in a daze. So that's it, the information about going to Prussia to destroy the mechanical armed forces. If I remember correctly, he went to hell for this reason. What is this, mercy, salvation, the divinity that the Son of God should have? It's okay, there are finally some good points, not as useless as I imagined. First took a sip of red wine and looked up at the sky. I saw some advantages in him, let's call it advantages. It's very difficult, he was blocked by stains before. If that's the case, I'm indeed not as good as him. I'm used to being arrogant, looking down on humans, and I don't care about the world. No, I care about London. I'm gradually becoming like a human being. Father, will you come back? Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 528. Dark Saints Manor. Bang. The slender legs cut through the arc of dazzling white light and kicked Wayne off the bed. Idnis rolled up her long hair, raised her arm to hold the round figure, with a look of disgust on her face, and looked down at the garbage. What are you doing? If you have anything to say, just say it. How can you be so reckless? On the 3rd time, Idnis noticed something was wrong. The rough man showed no mercy, and it was obvious that he did it on purpose. She was obviously very gentle towards Anastasia. She held it in her mouth for fear of melting and held it in her hand for fear of falling. She looked very careful, as if she was caring for a work of art. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. On the 5th time, I couldn't bear it anymore and kicked the bastard directly. Wayne snorted, grabbed Idnis's ankles, and pulled her out of bed. Idnis was slightly startled, and realized that Anastasia's physical activity had greatly increased, and her mind was imprisoned, unable to leave. Without saying a word, she decisively ran away. The goddess can come and leave whenever she wants. As long as her body is in the kingdom of God, Wayne can do nothing with her. The beauty in her arms changed from darkness to white moonlight, and Wayne's attitude changed drastically. The princess held her in her arms and whispered sweet words. The door opened, and Idnis, who had logged into her Wakey account, entered. Seeing the love between a dog and a girl, She snorted coldly and stepped forward to squeeze Anastasia away. Anastasia hid her smile, ignored Ednis's cold eyes, kissed Wayne on the face, and then Sharon stood up and walked to the bathroom. Regardless of the ticking, the swaying steps are noble and elegant, and the temperament is extremely graceful. Idnis looked at her coldly throughout the whole process. She didn't look away until the bathroom door closed. What a disgusting woman. Fortunately, I liked her before. I'm going to personally introduce her to the kingdom of God and train her well. Nourish. Training. It is not a good thing to be admired by the dean. It is quite difficult to have vivid examples in front of you. Look, my soul has been taken away, just look at me. Black light flashed, and Idnis held Wayne in her arms, forcing his face toward her. Because she was Vichy, loyal and honest, Wayne looked away for 3 seconds and then reiterated, Vichy is a good knight, don't always bully her. Haha, weren't you quite domineering just now? Why are you so timid now? Idnis untied the single ponytail, her long black hair spread around her shoulders and beautiful back, her icy beauty evoked a charming smile, and her temptation index was instantly full. Wayne tilted his head and looked away, but was straightened by Idnis. After a few clicks, he regained his freedom. Seeing that Wayne was no longer arrogant and completely honest, Idnis was satisfied. That is of course impossible. Idnis knew that Wayne did not dare to mess with Wei Zi. The asshole seemed to have low moral quality, which was indeed the case, but the bottom line was always firm and he would never extend his claws to innocent people. Kothi, Garan, and even Delane are the best examples. They approached Wayne more or less with a sense of helplessness, because the Oracle had no choice but to do so, and Wayne also took good care of them. If they asked, they would do it next time, and his heart had been received. From this perspective, Wayne is somewhat moral. Because of his morality, he is not a bad person who accepts all comers. He was manipulated by Idnis and landed in Wei Zi's body, immediately gaining the initiative. Wayne couldn't run away, so he grabbed the sheets and sealed Vichy, wrapped it into a caterpillar and held it in his arms. It finally stopped. Wayne wiped the cold sweat from his head and said angrily, the operation of the Prussian chancellery failed. You already knew that, right? So this is what happened. Idnis blinked her eyes were moist, and she shed tears of grievance. Shaluk and Gall didn't even mention a word, you just know how to bully me, do you think I'm honest, stupid, and careless, so nice bully? Come on, what do these adjectives have to do with you? It would be almost the same if you replaced them with Gall. Wayne rolled his eyes, you said last time that when I deal with the source of Prussia's mechanical armed information, you will tell me the truth. Tell me, my ears have been cleaned. Idnis said nothing, tilted her head and dropped her little pearls. She was unhappy and wanted to be coaxed and sweet-talked. Wayne couldn't do anything to her, so he patiently said a lot of nice words. Cloudy to sunny. Idnis burst into tears and smiled, pouting for a kiss. When she was happy, she would tell the whole truth. Wayne struggled for a long time and decided to take a bite of Wei Zi. He lowered his head and pressed his red lips, savoring it carefully. Looking up again, Wei Zi in her arms blushed with red clouds on her cheeks, burning up to the tips of her ears. Her eyes were averted, and she was hesitating and unable to speak a word. Idnis ran away, this is really Vichy. Wayne. Winky face, what to do? We. Idnis came back again, her body huddled under the quilt arched, her 2 arms raised, hanging around Wayne's neck. I knew you were lusting after Wei Zi's body, you little pervert, now you are being I caught it. Wayne secretly said something bad, but he liked her more and more. Do you like me more and more? Idnis blew a breath into Wayne's ear and said, you knew I would leave suddenly. The person you were kissing was Wei Zi. She would neither resist you nor me. I would just bear everything silently, but you still kissed me. Poor little knight, it's not just me who bullies her, but you too. Admit it, you've wanted to do this for a long time, until I showed up, and you got an excuse to stick to your bottom line. You put the blame on me, and you're innocent in the name of the victim. I won't say anything afterwards, and you feel more at ease. Wayne's scalp tingled, and he couldn't help but say, aren't you training me? Well, I'm bad. You're still being honest. Wayne rolled his eyes and said unhappily, we have to live together in the future. Lowering my moral bottom line will only hurt yourself. Don't mess around. You can think and do it. Once some bottom lines are broken, there's no turning back. If you don't take it, Gaylor and Chalouk can't follow. They can withdraw their investment at any time. If I can't stabilize them, I can't continue to bet, and then you won't get it, and no one can make progress. Idnis mentioned the two saints, Kota and Gilun. She didn't like to push other women into Wayne's arms, but business was like this. She couldn't support Wayne, so she had to deceive other investors. As she spoke, Idnis complained that it was too difficult to run the family business. If she had known that she would have been single and had enough food to eat, she wouldn't have had so many troubles. Wayne. As expected of you, you never disappoint people by turning black and white. I'll consider that. If it doesn't work, I'll do it according to your plan. Why, you have your own plan. Idnis looked at Wayne with a sidelong glance. She probably guessed it. The bastard has someone outside. In addition to her, there is also an investor named Ajdamo. It's great. One is a pretty boy who speaks sweet words to her, and the other is a good girlfriend who speaks to her about sisterly love. They are doing it secretly. You really think she doesn't know, right? Idnis was upset for no reason, and Wayne didn't care or think much about it. The Dean of Studies changes her face like turning a book. She has always been like this. If he really follows her thoughts step by step, he will be exhausted to death. On the contrary, if he leaves it aside, she will be fine. Wayne described his plan, I am the Son of God, and I will enter heaven sooner or later. The golden rule words left by the Father are a very considerable legacy. With the addition of the 7 deadly sins of hell, my strength will usher in another explosion. By then, Gaylor and Chalouk will have to obey even if they don't want to. There is no need to be so troublesome. I can take them down with my hard power. Do you really think so? Idnis sat up straight with a serious face. If it were someone else, they would have become gods after getting so much information. You are different. Even if you are given the wealth of heaven and hell, you cannot become a god. You may have destructive power comparable to that of gods, but you are still a demigod. Gaylor and Chalouk hide in the kingdom of God. What can you do with them? Will you rush in and become their captive? Wayne frowned and thought of the battle with jealousy in hell. They were obviously evenly matched, but he just couldn't beat them. Idnis, can you tell me about the kingdom of God? No, if I am dealt with by you, I will be asking for trouble. That makes sense. Wayne thought so in his heart, holding the beauty in his arms, shaking his head and saying, Idnis, you lack trust in me, I feel very uncomfortable. Don't give me that, telling the truth affects the relationship, skip this part, and don't mention it again in the future. Idnis rolled her eyes at the shameless man. The Dean of Studies is too rational, it is not easy to let such a person fall in love. Thinking of this, Wayne felt a little proud in his heart. Idnis's various performances all proved that she was trying to make him fall in love. This wave is chasing after the opposite side. You seem to be thinking about something very rude. Idnis raised her hand and poked Wayne's forehead, saying, I don't think your plan is a good idea. I know what kind of person you are. There is no point in saying more. I won't persuade you. When you fail, you will naturally listen to my arrangements. Idnis, you are so nice. Humph, you are not sincere at all. Thinking of her fake sister Ajdamo, Idanis felt unhappy in various ways. She skipped the truth that affected her feelings and pretended that she didn't see anything. Then she said, "With your current strength, you have found out the true face of the world. There are some things I can tell you." Wayne nodded repeatedly and hurriedly asked, "What is the prophecy, what is the day of judgment, and what is the new era?" "The prophecy comes from the Father, and the day of judgment and the new era all come from his mouth." Idnis raised her hand and hooked it, pulling off the sheets on her body. The cat found a comfortable position in Wayne's arms, squinting her eyes and said, "The void is eternal, the law and evolution have always existed, and magic is a side effect of learning knowledge. Knowledge makes people powerful, and then they master powerful power. What magicians pursue is knowledge, not the magic formula itself. This is very important and should not be reversed." The dean talked about the true meaning of knowledge. Although it had nothing to do with prophecy, every word was precious. Wayne listened patiently throughout the whole process without any rebuttal. At this time, Anastasia walked out of the bathroom wearing a bath towel, and saw the two leaders close together, squinting her eyes and leaning over. She snuggled up to Wayne and quietly stretched out a hand and interlocked her fingers with Wayne. Snap! Idanis raised her hand to push the two away, and glared at Anastasia. With the wisdom of the dean, how could she not see the deep meaning of Anastasia's move? It had nothing to do with snatching men, but purely to stimulate her possessiveness and accelerate her relationship with Wayne. In the past, Idanis used this trick to deal with Anastasia, and it boomeranged back, and Anastasia used it against her. Idnis was greatly dissatisfied. Her feelings for Wayne could only be controlled by herself. Any external force, even an accelerated positive force, would not be liked by her. Bad, but still stronger. There are many paths of evolution, and only one God can reach the top of each path of evolution. Thousands of troops crossed the single plank bridge, and the War of Faith began. After the initial melee, the gods formed a team, and the Life Alliance was born, and gradually found a way for faith to share information pollution. As the gods became more powerful and their number became smaller and smaller, the war between gods became more intense. After the fierce war, a pattern of one super and many powerful was formed. What powerful forces join forces? Life Alliance versus Heavenly Father. The power of Heavenly Father forces the Life Alliance to. In the middle of her words, Idnis curled her lips and said, "It's too uncomfortable to call him Heavenly Father. It doesn't hurt to tell you. His real name is Elohim." The power of the Elohim forced the Life Alliance to accelerate its own evolution, ignite the divine fire and become a god. Blindly learning knowledge led to a very serious consequence. There are only 5 goddesses left in the Life Alliance. We are polluted, such as Gaul, Shiluke. It is difficult to learn new knowledge after becoming a god, so the divine power stagnates. The Elohim are too powerful. After igniting the divine fire, they claim to be omniscient and omnipotent. His power is unmatched by anyone, and even the 5 goddesses working together are no match for him. We were forced to hide in the kingdom of God, hiding in the void and away from the God's chosen continent, and our beliefs in the human world were wiped out one by the Holy Father. So far, there is only one faith left in the God's chosen continent, and Elohim has become the only God. Afterwards, the Elohim sealed the void, not only blocking the connection between the kingdom of God and the God's chosen continent, but also blocking the contact between information and the God's chosen continent. The magic became ineffective and everyone lost the favor of knowledge. Suddenly one day, Elohim found us. He said that there is a wider world outside. The God's chosen continent is just a box. He has the power to leave the box. He no longer needs the faith of the God's chosen continent. He will leave here. Go. Speaking of this, Idnis looked unhappy. Jealousy made her elegant and easygoing, and she uttered several curse words. The Elohim tells us that the gods are not the end, but the ancient gods. We gods can only be called new gods. In front of the eternal greatness, our power is vulnerable. He will go to the world outside the box, witness the greater void, and tell the prophecy that the God's chosen continent is destined to be destroyed. The end of the world is coming, and everyone must face judgment. The message of the void will give birth to new gods, who will judge the world and everything. A new era will not begin until all life is destroyed. The Elohim tried to stop all this. He tried to create another world to keep the God's chosen continent awake forever. He tried to write the 7 virtues into the doctrine to persuade people to do good. He even sealed the God's chosen continent so that it would never be able to contact with the void. All failed. All the Elohim's actions to prevent the end of the world are accelerating the arrival of the end of the world. The prophecies cannot interfere and are destined to judge the world. He told everything, left blessings, and became a deserter. There was silence in the room. After a while, Wayne touched his chin and said, "Has a new god been born? There is one mechanical weapon. Where are the other gods? There is a person in the other world who was born because of negativity and became powerful because of negativity. In order to prevent, or delay his awakening, we sent the God-chosen knight to collect negative information in the other world." Idnis shook her head slightly, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. If it can delay the situation for a while, then it is only a moment. If you don't want to be judged by the doomsday, and you don't want to perish on the doomsday day, you can only accelerate your own evolution, or leave like the Elohim, or gain enough power to resist the judgment. Nature invades death, death destroys itself, and the sun and moonlight develop combos, all with the same purpose. Idnis herself also performed a lot of micromanagement. The main ally was death, and by the way, she tricked the sun and moonlight into forming an alliance, allowing light and darkness to exist at the same time. Recently, an ally has been added, namely Wayne. After listening to this, Wayne gained an intuitive understanding of the world and was speechless about the desertion of his heavenly father. Strong and stubborn, he deserves to be the strongest god. The world outside the box. Wayne lowered his head and asked, "Have you ever explored what the outside world looks like?" "I don't know. I just know that the outside world is infinitely vast." "Do you know the divination house in the frozen continent? Where can I trade the information outside the box?" "It's limited to communication, you can't leave through there, otherwise I would have run away, and you wouldn't have had the chance to take advantage." Edna sighed quietly, envying her heavenly father to grease the soles of his feet and run away, unlike her, who had to lose herself in business in order to fight against the end of the world. He raised his head and kissed the little bastard on the mouth. The more he looked at it, the more annoyed he became, feeling that he was at a huge loss. After thinking about it, I must not be the only one who suffers, but must pull 2 others into the water. Gal and Saluk were just right, one was stupid and not very smart, the other thought he was not very smart, she could easily figure it out with a little trick. Ajdamo is not good at it. She seems to be taciturn, but in fact she is full of tricks and pretends to be silent. In the past, she was blind and did not see the various tricks of this guy. She really regarded the other party as a close friend. Yelian is even worse. She has an ugly face and an extremely strong personality. She can't finish eating and walks around without leaving even a drop of soup or water. The more Idnis thought about it, the angrier she became. She raised her hand and slapped Wayne on the face. "Not filming." Wayne raised his hand and held her hand, kissed the back of her hand, frowned and said, "The prophecy comes from the Father, you 5, trust him so much." "That won't happen, after all, he was an enemy before." Idnis sighed, "After I became stronger, I gradually sensed the existence of the prophecy. The end of the world will come at any time. The Elohim did not lie. We really don't have much time left." Wayne nodded secretly, and got Idnis's definite answer, which relieved a lot of doubts in his heart. The end of the world, the final judgment, and the prophecy. At first glance, they are inseparable from the Father. It is possible and very likely that this guy is behind the scenes. But if the five goddesses can sense the coming of the end of the world, well, it's not absolute. Wayne frowned and said, Idnes, are you sure that the Father is really gone? Yes, but not so sure. Elohim is the strongest God. I can only guess his actions and can't find evidence to confirm my guess. Idnes said helplessly. She is so beautiful and kind, but she is not the strongest. It's too unreasonable. What about hell? Was hell created by the Father? It's possible. Idnes didn't answer directly, frowned and said, in theory, a god can only establish a kingdom of God after lighting the divine fire. Elohim already has heaven, so it's impossible for hell to belong to him, but... Wayne took over the conversation, but the 7 deadly sins and the 7 virtues are too similar, and hell doesn't have its own gods, right? That's the reason. Idnes looked at Wayne unhappily. Remember, you often say a sentence, don't interrupt, ask others, but don't follow it yourself. It's really annoying. Now I see you are getting more and more annoying, and there are more and more problems. Be strict with others, be lenient to yourself, there's nothing wrong with that. Wayne winked. Also, you're annoying, goddess, you're in love, you only feel annoying if you care. Tisk, you're still proud. Idnes raised her hand and pushed Wayne down, first glanced at Anastasia, then leaned over gracefully in front of Wayne. I've told you everything I can tell you, and there are some things I can't tell you. If you want to know, you can go to the kingdom of God to find me. As long as you enter the kingdom of God, I will tell you all the secrets. Wayne would not step into the dark kingdom of God. Idnes knew it well. Her fingertips slid down her cheek, stepped over the mountains and rivers, crossed the plains, and finally touched Wayne's chest. After talking about business, let's talk about other business. In fact, it doesn't matter whether to talk or not, the key is in front of Anastasia. Wayne shook his head and raised his hand to cover his eyes, unwilling to appreciate Vichy's beautiful body. If it weren't for the large gap between his fingers, his character of sticking to the bottom line would be more perfect. Idnes snorted, pushed Wayne's hands away, held her face with both hands and began to kiss deeply. Just like before, she ran away in the middle of the kiss. Idnes was offline, and Vichy was Vichy. Her astride posture was stiff, motionless like a sculpture. She did not end the kiss, nor did she continue. Her cheeks were flushed, waiting for the leader's decision, and her slightly trembling eyelashes showed that her heart was not calm. Wayne was stiff and did not move. After a while, he pressed Vichy's shoulders with both hands to push her away. Another pair of hands pressed over, pressing Vichy's shoulders and pressing her on Wayne. Anastasia. Bayuegwang leaned face to face next to Vichy, whispered in her ear, and said something in private. Very close, Wayne heard it clearly. Translated, it roughly means that the goddess's actions are getting more and more excessive. Last time it was a kiss, this time it was a direct push, and it's hard to say what will happen next time. Vichy, you don't want to close your eyes, open them again, and find yourself turning into a puff, right? The goddess has no quality, so it is better to do it yourself than to let her do it. At least, the choice is yours. The mistakes are your own faults, and the regrets are your own regrets. Wei Zi listened with a red face, but did not reply. She closed her eyes and lay on Wayne. Bayuegwang smiled at Wayne and whispered again. The distance was very close, so Wei Zi could hear it clearly. Wayne, you don't want Wei Zi to be bullied by the goddess and you will be passive, right? Wayne. My Bayuegwang, you are so skilled. Are you yourself or Idonis now? Wayne squinted his eyes and looked at Bayuegwang. Bayuegwang was Bayuegwang, and had nothing to do with Idonis. Outrageous, is this still his Bayuegwang? After a little thought, He laughed dumbly. Every time Idanis left, she would leave her memory to Anastasia. The latter knew Idanis's plan and the importance of business, and wanted to lower Wayne's bottom line through ways EI. Wayne took it, and Idanis continued to raise the stakes. Idanis raised the stakes, and then she forced Gaylor and Shaluk to increase their investment, and then Wayne could get more. That's the truth, but you can't always bully honest people. Wayne patted his butt and helped Weezy, who was lying on him. Unsuccessful. Weezy hugged Wayne with her arms around him. She felt that Anastasia's words made sense, and she also received some of the memories left by Idanis. She is playing a very important role now and cannot take a step back. Fool. Wayne murmured, saying 3 people at a time, raised Weezy's chin, leaned over and kissed her. At Landau Manor, the black car slowly stopped. Wayne walked in slowly, full of daily spirit, and felt that the moral bottom line was lowered again. This is indeed the case. After failing to defeat the combination of the Dark Goddess and Saint and Knight, the moral bottom line hit a new low, and miraculously found that there was still room for decline. I came to Landau Manor because I received a call from Austin. The latter had something important to do. He called FLA to get Wayne's exact location and called the Dark Saint Manor. Xianyu in the living room answered the call. Xianyu was worried that Wayne would kill her in the excitement, so she didn't go upstairs to inform him until Wayne came downstairs to explain the situation. After a while, Wayne was late for half a day. Why did you take so long? In the study, Megan set up a soundproof barrier. Austin sat on the sofa and played with ancient silver coins, his face full of dissatisfaction. The kind of disgust. I picked up a new car, a supercar, or maybe an off-road car. It took a lot of time to run in. Wayne sat opposite Austin. He was in Landau Manor, but his soul was still floating in the Dark Saint Manor. Thinking back to the scene of the iceberg melting just now, the corners of his mouth curled up the smile of a winner in life. The female knight has a slender figure and a pair of beautiful legs that can be called a work of art. Delane, who is almost the same height and appearance, is probably no worse. The 2 women, one black and one white, have opposite pupil and hair colors. They are also a pair of enemies. If they can get together. Wayne shook his head repeatedly to dispel the random thoughts in his mind. It's almost enough. Don't be too Wayne. The smile was 2 ripples, which made Austin even more disgusted. He snorted and said, the reincarnated angel is fighting a devil in the suburbs of London. Did you know? Well, I know a little bit, but not much. Wayne tilted his head and stood up suddenly. Austin, how do you know I'm a demigod? Austin, bastard, you said this once. Austin tried to be patient, but couldn't hold it back, and said angrily, bastard, you said this once. What if you said it? Just say whether you are angry or not. Very angry, almost angry to death. Austin looked grim. Seeing Wayne become a demigod was more painful than killing him. Yesterday he was a legendary wizard, today he was a demigod, and tomorrow he would become a god. It would be better to kill him directly. Austin raised his hand to cover his chest and took several breaths before he recovered. I received accurate information. The devil is called the Lord of Hypocrisy, one of the 7 deadly sins, and is currently in London. Ah! Wayne's eyes widened. Where did he get the information? This is too accurate. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 529. Austin, where did you get the information from? This is too unreliable, isn't it? Wayne complained, I watched that battle from the sidelines. It can only be described as horrible. Ur was beaten into a pig's head. If the devil had not been ill-prepared, or would have died. How could you get information about such a powerful devil? When did your intelligence network become so powerful? Don't get me wrong. I'm not looking down on you, but, right? Let's be more tactful. No means no, you really can't. Also, you said that this devil is in London. That's even more outrageous. How much evil has London done? It's so weird. How can it attract devils so much? Wayne kept complaining and didn't reveal the fact that he was the Lord of Hypocrisy. It's not that he couldn't say it. He trusted Austin very much and shared many secrets with him. The key lies in timing. Austin hasn't digested the impact brought by the demigod yet. At this time, telling the hypocrisy of the 7 deadly sins is really mediocre. It has to be done slowly and step by step. After Austin accepted the tragedy of being a demigod and felt better, he suddenly broke the news that Wayne was not only a demigod, but also one of the most powerful demons in hell. It's not over yet, Wayne still has a bombshell. Wayne, Austin, do you know the Dark Goddess? Yes, the goddess who chose you to be the Dark Knight. I slept with her. Step by step, so that the benefits can be maximized. If you say it all in one breath, Austin will only be shocked once, and he will only want to die once. Not right? When the big man drove the little detective out of London, he was destined to have many disasters in this life. Haha, you have to believe it even if you don't believe it. Austin sneered, the devil is not only in London, but also hidden in the Tulip family. How about it, it's accurate enough. No way. Wayne was secretly surprised. Not many people knew that he was the Lord of Hypocrisy. Hexunio, Hea, Olga, Idanis, these people couldn't hide it from him and talk nonsense everywhere. The Lord of Pride in hell knows, but Pride obviously won't talk nonsense. Even if he wants to, he can't. There is a seal. Wayne frowned. Pride is so strong. The seal can resist the other 7 deadly sins, but can it really control pride? After thinking about it, it should be possible. Pride is the leader of the 7 deadly sins. He once led his army to attack heaven. He is definitely the #1 evil force in hell. We can't look at pride differently just because he is one of the investors. The devil is always the devil. If pride can enter the human world will be devastated and become the second hell. As for the argument that pride has always wanted to escape from hell because the 7 deadly sins can't be taken away, the 6 demon kings are all useless, and pride has been trying to escape from hell, it is purely personal speculation. Wayne knows very well that this statement is just for fun. It would be stupid to take conjecture as the truth. So, who is it? Wayne stared at Austin with burning eyes and asked him to tell the source of the information immediately. Boy, I have caught you. Austin smiled and played with the ancient silver coin slowly. I thought you were a bold and mad maniac who dared to do anything when you were crazy. I didn't expect that you could still remain rational after becoming a demigod. You didn't rashly join the battlefield of angels and demons. You chose to endure like me. Forget it, you are a coward. Wayne rolled his eyes. Don't talk nonsense, the pot calling the kettle black, there is nothing to be proud of. Even if you can be proud, I am closer to the battlefield, and I should be proud of it. He. Austin nodded, and brought the demigod to the same level. It was still Wayne, the little trash can, who was very satisfied. So what if you were promoted to a demigod? When facing a real strong man, you still have to shrink behind. Tell me, where did you get the information from? The information comes from Buckingham Palace, and the Queen said it herself. Huh. Wayne, What a mess, I can't understand it more and more. The Queen is just a messenger. She explained the matter while being controlled, and summoned the Tulip family to testify the true identity of the devil tomorrow night. Austin explained the cause and effect. Sophia has no ability to know the truth, but she still has the ability to be controlled. This is not the first time, and the queen herself is used to it. The situation at that time was very strange. The meeting was originally going on well, but Sophia suddenly said something, which scared everyone and made them call the devil possessed. Soon, Archangel Ur arrived, raised his hand and pointed, and Sophia woke up. She didn't know anything. Sophia didn't know who the Lord of Hypocrisy was. She was just a messenger responsible for convening the meeting. The mysterious person who knew the truth would show up tomorrow night. Wayne frowned, unable to guess who the other party was, and complained, "These mysterious people, when they hypnotize the queen, don't they plan to do something? It's absurd. What's wrong with our Queen of Windsor? Isn't she beautiful?" Austen was speechless, skipped this boring topic, and said, "I won't attend the meeting tomorrow night. It's too dangerous. You are the head of the family. As usual, Master Wayne will attend the meeting on behalf of the Landau family. Little Trashkin when nothing happens, Master Wayne when something happens, your address is really flexible." Wayne shook his head slightly, "The situation is too weird, you and I will attend." "No, you can just do the life-threatening things." Wayne rolled his eyes and wanted to drag Austen along so that he could show off, but he was afraid that Austen would see through him, so he had to give up. "The second thing is that our intelligence personnel in Prussia sent back an important piece of information. The new imperial chancellery in the capital, Borough, exploded. There was no sign of life at the scene. All the high-ranking officials of the empire, including the head of state, Heidel, died in the explosion." Austen looked solemn and stared at Wayne closely. "Do you know about this?" "It wasn't me." Wayne waved his hands repeatedly. "Those who knew that it was Heidel who took the initiative to blow himself up, and he just happened to catch up. The person at the scene witnessed the relationship between passers-by with their own eyes." Austen stared at Wayne for a while, holding the ancient silver coin tightly. "Whether it was you who did it or not, I have to say that you did a great job. It's a pity that the war will not stop. Windsor, Frank, and the Ross Federation will launch counter-attacks one after another. Prussia is leaderless. This is the best opportunity." Wayne sighed. Hitler was right. The war will not stop. The war will only lead to subsequent wars. Even if Prussia surrenders completely, the God-chosen continent will not be peaceful in the future. The Ross Federation, which has been exploding troops, Frank, which has been beaten, and Windsor, which has been accumulating strength and holding back bad moves, all have reasons to continue the war. Without Prussia, there is only one less person to share the cake at the table. E=O*. Wayne sighed and whispered, "I really want to release the sea of white foam in one breath, flood the entire God-chosen continent, and turn everyone into my shape, so that there will be no war." He has this ability now. Austen didn't hear what Wayne was saying, and said solemnly, 2 minutes before the explosion of the new empire chancellery, Prussia launched an aggressive war against the Ross Federation on the Eastern Front. Now Prussia is in chaos, and small countries controlled by Prussia have contacted us one after another. Especially Frank, they were ready to surrender before, and they feel that they are back. The international situation is very chaotic." Austen briefly talked about the general environment, and finally said, "Windsor's appetite is not that big, mainly to control Frank. If they can station troops in Prussia, it would be the best, but the Ross Federation. They never hide their desire for land and resources." Wayne's scalp numbed when he heard it. Prussia was ruined, and the Ross Federation rose. There was no bald eagle stealing oil on the God-chosen continent. The Ross Federation was going to unify the world. Of course, it's not that there is no turning point. The Ross Federation is now outrageously poor. If a war really breaks out, the Ross Federation may not be able to kill all other countries. Wayne sighed again. The damn war seemed to never stop. Even if there is peace, it is also accumulating potential for the next war. My heart is so tired, I really want to release the sea of white foam. Huh. Wayne opened his eyes wide and said dryly, "Say that again, Frank is not going to surrender. Otherwise, what good will it do them to surrender now?" Wayne raised his hand to cover his heart. He couldn't breastfeed, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. He waited for this day for 3 years. He could make his debut by practicing basketball with zero foundation, but he was told that it was gone. It was even more uncomfortable to think that the fun disappeared because of him. After a moment of discomfort, Wayne was fine. It is true that it is upset that you can't breastfeed, but peace is more comforting. This is a good thing. Frank is free from Prussian rule, and the lives of the people in the country will definitely be much better. Thinking of this, Wayne's mind flashed the figure of Lilith rushing documents. If the other party knew the news, he would definitely be very happy. Thinking about it again, there are many benefits for Hitler to self-destruct before Frank surrenders. Not to mention that Prussia is a country that is extremely dependent on energy imports. Without licking Frank's big bag, its war potential is seriously weakened and it will not be able to jump for much time. Just talk about the Frank's fleet floating on the sea. If Hitler left early, Frank did not have to surrender, and Windsor did not have to destroy the fleet, avoiding the two countries' century-old friendship from becoming even deeper. It's a good thing. Austin, is there any other bad news? Not yet. Austin glanced at Wayne and reminded him, "Be careful tomorrow, the devil is very powerful, don't be a hero, retreat when you should, it's not shameful to kneel down and be a dog." "Sorry, my knees are stiff." Wayne shook his head and said, "It's not you who kneels, of course you don't care, and I believe you won't kneel if you are at the scene." "No, for the sake of my family, I will." "Speak up. Or you can go to the meeting with me tomorrow, hey, don't leave." After leaving the study, Wayne flipped through his schedule, and instead of going to the eldest lady's villa as soon as possible, he drove out and went straight to the library. He has always been fair, and he won't leave the old car in the warehouse to gather dust when he has a new car. When he saw the literary girl, he asked about her well-being, saying scumbag words like "just got back, this is a gift, I came to see you for the first time, and no one else knows." Regardless of whether it is true or false, the key lies in the sincerity of the tone. Wayne tried to deceive Odelia willingly, and the young couple hugged each other and clung to each other, and Regina's face was covered with dog food. Regina had to eat this bowl of dog food even if she didn't want to. Wayne asked Odelia to go shopping, and they needed a bag carrier. Regina took the task and showed off several bowls of dog food in shopping malls, movie theaters, candlelight dinners, and other places where couples check in. "This time I really couldn't eat any more." At 10 o'clock in the evening, when Chris went to bed, the black car returned to Landau Manor, and a figure sneaked into the eldest lady's villa in the dark. "Chris, look at the good things you have done. Even though you have me, you still have a harem here. You still robbed me of my harem." A farce that ends with a reconciliation at the end of the bed. June 20th, 6 p.m. Buckingham Palace, Ballroom. Yes, it's still the banquet hall. The mysterious man seemed to have the same taste as the arrogant lord. He made it clear that he would appear here and ask the Tulip family to attend as a group. No one would show up without one. Or had no choice but to allow the insects of the Tulip family to come. Chongji, what does permission mean? Force is the right thing. It makes everyone want to take risks. Just like last time, there was only one long table in the entire banquet hall. In addition to Ur's own chairs, a few more were specially added. 6 were given to the reincarnated angels other than him. There was strength in numbers, supporting the scene and boosting confidence. Leave one to the mysterious man and the other to the hypocritical lord hidden among the insects. What, Queen? Just stand, no matter what level, you sit in the same position as the devil and angel. Wayne led the three reincarnated angels into the venue, and the female companion was still Philomena. The high priest was radiant and charming, and his face always looked good no matter where he was taken. In comparison, Senna, who has the same luxury car configuration, is too strong, and Anastasia is too gentle, so they are not the best candidates for female companions. In the eyes of the insects, Wayne sat on the side of the reincarnated angel, once again proving his lofty identity as Archangel Heshino. On the left and right are Hea and Olga, behind him stands the secretary Mona, and on his lap is the companion Philomena. The most beautiful women in the room are all surrounding him. First, there must be something wrong. Looking at it up close, this guy looks less and less like the Son of God. The sex change is almost the same. Philomena was very satisfied with her seat. She snuggled into her lover's arms, laughing occasionally and paying no attention to other people's eyes. Wayne was too thick-skinned to care, so he grabbed Philomena's hand and said sweet words. "Mina, I just came back to London and I came to see you, but, I mean, you are the best female companion." Philomena rolled her eyes. There are many people with mixed eyes. She takes care of Wayne's face, so she won't lose her temper here. Go back and practice hard again tonight. I want you to lie without hesitation, and let's see if you dare to do it next time. If he is a high priest who is addicted to food, Wayne will probably dare to do it next time. On the side, Ur tried his best to ignore Wayne, his eyes betrayed him. You can't hide the look in a person's eyes. Ur hates Wayne very much, for two very important reasons besides the fact that Wayne's rhetoric has tarnished the purity of the 7 virtues. Since you are pretending to be pure, please be pure. Even if your reputation has long been ruined, please perform purity with all your heart and create the illusion of a prodigal son turning back after awakening. If you don't leave your hand every day, the honor of heaven will be ruined by you. Finally, and the reason why he hates Wayne the most, Heshino says that Wayne is the Son of God all day long. Are you crazy? This guy is terrible at playing the archangel. How about the Holy Son? Humility, purity, tolerance, generosity, diligence, temperance, gentleness, how do these things relate to the 7 virtues? What, generosity and diligence? It is true that when facing beautiful women, this guy is indeed generous and diligent. Thinking that he represented generosity, Wooer was even more disgusted. His virtues immediately became corrupted because he was associated with Wayne. All in all, what I want to express is very simple. If Wayne is the Son of God, Archangel Ur will go to hell on the spot and be assigned to guard the gate of hell. He can only watch the 7 deadly sins baring his teeth every day without any complaints. Wooer took a deep breath and tried not to think about Wayne. There were more important things today, and Wayne was somewhat of a combatant, so he might be able to come in handy at critical moments. Who is it? Who does the Lord of Hypocrisy pretend to be? Ur squinted his eyes and glanced at the group of insects, with golden light rushing in his eyes and holy wool boiling, trying to peel off the cocoons and see some clues. Nothing gained, just useless human beings. Especially the big fool standing at the front. He suddenly looked confused and shook his head, and then smiled stupidly and showed a pair of front teeth, looking like a staff and a shield. Hey, are you the Lord of Hypocrisy? Ur looked intently. Last night, he put aside his angelic arrogance and went through the list of the Tulip family. He remembered that this face came from the Juffet family. It seemed to be called Bart or Dick. Not a good name anyway. In his golden eyes, first was thoroughly human, the Silver Mage, and as good as Austin. Not him. The face of the Lord of Hypocrisy is not like this. Since experiencing the disastrous defeat, the Lord of Hypocrisy has become the unique devil in Ur's mind. He is convinced that Mikul's old enemy in hell is arrogance, and his old enemy in hell is hypocrisy. In the entire heaven, Ur is the only one qualified to be the opponent of hypocrisy. He did not allow or admit that Fierst had this silly face after pretending to be a human being. So shameless. So, who is it? Or looked around and saw no clues, as if the Lord of Hypocrisy was not among these insects. Anxiety and worry hit my heart, and I suddenly felt murderous. It's better to kill by mistake than let go. If he wields the holy flame to purify the entire audience, will he be able to force the Lord of Hypocrisy to show up on his own initiative? The glory of heaven, the glory of heaven, I represent justice, I represent the 7 virtues. Or murmured, warning himself not to be impulsive. The time came to 1830, the time the mysterious man agreed to appear. At the door of the banquet hall, a figure in black robe slowly walked out through a black mist. All the insects held their breath and concentrated, scrambling to protect their friends and colleagues. First slipped away the fastest and was carried along by the crowd, accidentally standing at the front. Damn insects, you are really yours, the capital of the 7 deadly sins has been surpassed by you. First took 2 steps back, stepped on one of his feet, and was pushed hard. He turned around and glared in anger, and surprisingly found that the other person was Queen Sophia. I have no choice but to endure it. When the mysterious man entered the scene, Ur suddenly opened his eyes, and Killer and Vekel also looked over at the same time. Mona tilted her head, bargained with Hexuno, and gave up her position. Hexuno looked at the mysterious man curiously, while Hea and Olga simultaneously looked at him with doubts. The 3 of them knew who the Lord of Hypocrisy was. They were convinced that there was no traitor among them, and they were quite curious about the identity of the mysterious man. Wayne was also curious and patted his butt, asking Philomena to be honest for the time being and look intently at the mysterious man who arrived on time. Who is it and where did you get the first-hand information? Soon, Wayne frowned. The mysterious man sat down at the long table and faced the 7 reincarnated angels without fear. He stretched out a hand from his broad sleeves and held a book of hell in his arms. Wayne's frown twitched. This book looked very familiar. It was almost the same as Lundan's last mysterious man Frank, and it was even more sinful. A series of evidence shows that Frank's family is the Lord of Pride. Pride, whose name is Bedford in the world, is a legendary wizard in the Ministry of Magic and a well-known insect in the tulip family. Is it really arrogant? Wayne tightened the beauty in his arms. It was not surprising for Arrogance to know his identity, but Arrogance had no reason to expose him. They were both guilty of the 7 deadly sins, and everyone was on their own. Oh, you and the devil are friends. If you don't betray the other party will betray you. Nothing wrong. Wayne was speechless. He thought that pride was an exception among the 7 deadly sins, and was essentially different from big devils such as jealousy. The results are the same, inheriting the regional characteristics of hell-selling teammates. You hidden guy, take off your mask, Ur said coldly. Archangel Ur, I have no conflict with you. In fact, my interests in exposing the hypocritical Lord on behalf of my own beliefs are consistent with those of the reincarnated angels, at least tonight the mysterious man spoke slowly. You hold the book of hell and still believe in the devil. You are not qualified to have a relationship with an angel. Ur's voice became even colder. Take off your mask and tell me who your master is and why you exposed the hypocritical master who is also a devil. My master is the Lord of Envy, one of the great 7 deadly sins. The mysterious man calmly raised his hand, pulled up his hood and slowly lowered it, revealing his true face. As for the master who exposes hypocrisy, the reason is also very simple. My master has a very ordinary relationship with hypocrisy. If I can use your help, purging the Lord of Hypocrisy, my master is more than happy to send you information. Wayne rolled his eyes and was jealous. He would bully the honest devil to death. Let's find another one. The Lord of Clowns is not easy either. Great sage. In Wayne's arms, Philomena made a surprised sound and revealed the name of the mysterious man. Moonlight Church, Great Sage Galvara. Wayne tilted his head and looked. It was true, he had seen this face in the other world. In the other world, the face of Galvara was distorted by negative information. Now, Galvara's facial features are contaminated by the energy of hell, and his face is covered with gothic dark makeup. Anyone who is not familiar with him cannot recognize him at all. High Priest Philomena, your sitting posture has put the Moonlight Church to shame, Galweller said with a gentle smile. As he spoke, his gaze moved past Philomena and onto Wayne's face. The Lord of Hypocrisy hidden in the world. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 530. Let me introduce myself. My name is Galval, the great sage of the Moonlight Church. Galvara held the Book of Hell in his arms and smiled elegantly. I'm not interested in you. You show up here with the Book of Hell. To me and to the church behind you, you are just a minion of the devil. Ur's eyes showed contempt. Pathetic guy, you gave your loyalty to the devil, but the devil doesn't care about your life. Even if I don't kill you, the Moonlight Church will not let you go. Philomena nodded. This was indeed the truth. The church could not let Galvara go, and the great sage was about to be replaced. Galweller smiled slightly and didn't care. From the moment he got the Book of Hell and made a choice about the future, he was mentally prepared. People always have to pay the price for their choices. Good or bad, you all deserve it. Ur's whole heart was focused on the Lord of Hypocrisy. The so-called High Priest of the Moonlight Church was nothing in his eyes. He said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense, who is the Lord of Hypocrisy?" Archangel Ur, you are a little impatient. Galvara said slowly and calmly, once I reveal my false identity, all the angels will definitely fight me to death. Before that, don't you want to hear about the current 7 deadly sins and what the current hell looks like? Ur was a little moved. The more information the better, but the words of the devil's minions should not be taken lightly. If the other party was talking nonsense and he couldn't help but believe it, it would be great fun. It's better not to hear a word than not being able to tell the difference between true and false. Heaven is not interested in hell. Don't waste my precious time. Let me ask you one last time, who is the Lord of Hypocrisy? Archangel, your tone is very anxious. A smile appeared on Galweller's lips. At this moment, it was difficult to tell whether he was himself or some unnamed first. Ur's eyelids twitched and he took a deep breath to calm down. Ur is not the only one who is anxious. In addition to Heshino, all the 7 virtues who came to the world are anxious and under too much pressure. Killer has not let Kerr go to the Fallen Angel bar to drive a tank for half a month. Just very restrained. Before telling the identity of the Lord of Hypocrisy, please allow me to tell the truth about this 7 deadly sins. He is not a devil born in hell. He comes from the world. He was born in Windsor, London. He is a human being. XN. The onlookers were shocked, and Ur and other reincarnated angels also showed their shocked faces at the right time. Moreover, he has always been the devil's enemy. Galweller spoke slowly and said with admiration, in March 1938, the Lord of Hypocrisy came into contact with magic for the first time and saw the truth of the world. After entering the magic world, he showed a terrifying talent comparable to that of a god. In August, he drove out the Blood Lord who came to the world on Dragon Heart Island. In September, he drove out the Thousand-Eyed Demon in London. On the same day, he obtained the altar of the arrogant Lord and sent half of himself to hell. After that, he expelled all the devils who came to the world and blocked the gate of hell again and again. In June 1940, he entered hell to find his own half, merged with it, and became a demigod in hell. He killed the 2 7 deadly sins demon lords of fury and gluttony, forcing hell to change the rules and become the new 7 deadly sins. Lord of Hypocrisy. My master, the Lord of Envy, once commented that the moment he descended into hell, all hell was calling his name. He cast out all the devils and became the devil. He is a born devil. XN. Among the shocked swarm of insects, a certain arrogant person who did not want to be named was almost angered and revealed his true colors. First. Damn bastard, just say what you say, who asked you to beautify this information? Gerweller was Gerweller and was not possessed by a ghost. First was worried that Wayne would detect the manipulation of his mind at close range, so he informed Gerweller of the information in the name of jealousy without imposing too many restrictions. Whoever you are, just watch them perform. Who the hell allowed you to perform like this? Seeing Wayne pretending to be cool, Biff Elster hired a new secretary. During the actual battle, he found out that Wayne had faked his academic qualifications. He didn't study dance, and he didn't study in a seminary. It was even more uncomfortable. It's not over yet, Gerweller has something more to say. In just 2 years, he went from an ordinary person who knew nothing about magic to a powerful man comparable to the gods. Archangel Ur, if it were you, you should be able to understand how terrifying his talent is. Gerweller looked at Ur with a smile. He is too strong. He single-handedly killed 2 of the 7 deadly sins in hell. Can you do this? Wuorl ignored Gerweller, and in the middle of his words, he turned around and stared at Wayne. Wuorl has always had negative comments about Wayne. The only positive comment he received was about Wayne's attitude towards killing all the devils. He had seen Wayne's information and knew who Gerweller was talking about. Also looking at Wayne in shock were Heshino and Philomena. The former is not shocked, but horrified. Hell got the son 2 years ago. Hexuno remembered clearly that Wayne kept telling her that the altar of pride had never been used, and the result. Oh, the Holy Son may have a deep meaning in hiding it. That's right, with her wisdom she would only disturb others, and it would be a good thing if the Holy Son didn't say anything. Philomena looked at Wayne in surprise, asking if it was true or false. The bastard didn't tell her about the Lord of Hypocrisy. Bah, you scumbag, not a single word of truth in his mouth. Wayne felt very aggrieved. He had said it clearly, he would pretend to be a devil and a reincarnated angel and fight for his life, and there would be some small commotion. It was Philomena herself who didn't react. The Lord of Hypocrisy is in the Tulip family, Mr. Wayne, what do you think? Garvely's eyes flashed with black light. Look carefully, there is a trace of admiration in his eyes. First. What's going on? Am I being bullied? Oh, I am being bullied because of jealousy, that's fine. Le.jpg. I think it's okay, they are all the truth, and you can't find the fish even if you want to find faults. Wayne shrugged. Yes, I am the new 7 deadly sins, the Lord of Hypocrisy. Bang. Ur slammed the table and stood up, and surrounded Wayne with Kira, Vikal, and Fred at the same time. Seeing that Hexunyo, Hea, and Olga did not move, their faces were extremely ugly. Hexunyo, what are you doing? He is a devil. Ur, watch your tone, he is the Son of God, Hexunyo said without hesitation. Hexunyo, you are the purest of the 7 virtues, but you are defiled by the devil and you are willing to fall. Words that are not conducive to the glory of heaven cannot be said. Ur was so angry that his face was crooked. He said angrily, don't talk about the Son of God anymore. He is a natural devil and a hypocrite full of lies. You have been deceived by him. Hexunyo shook his head slightly and reminded Ur to pay attention to his tone again. It's over, this guy is hopeless. Ur glanced at Hexunyo coldly and called him the shame of heaven. Hea and Olga, who were also manipulated by hypocrisy, were ignored. This is what the angels are like. Ur, there are too many people here, so it's not convenient to say some things. Wayne looked at the shocked insect swarm, worried that the news would reach Austin's ears and affect the subsequent benefits, so he patted his butt and said, think about it carefully. If I am the Lord of Hypocrisy, then every word I say is a lie. By analogy, I admit that I am the Lord of hypocrisy, so I am not the Lord of hypocrisy, so I am really not the Lord of hypocrisy. It was a bit confusing, and the insects thought about it, but they didn't understand it. There was only one question in their minds: aren't you the reincarnation of Archangel Hexunia? How did you suddenly become the great demon king of hell? Which one is your true identity? Buzz buzz buzz. On the ground of the banquet hall, a huge white magic circle lit up, and the surging holy light bloomed with a brilliant holy meaning. The angel phantom representing the 7 virtues sealed the long table, cutting off all connections between this place and the outside world. At the same time, the golden rule turned into golden chains, entwining Wayne's hands and feet and binding him to the chair. Amazing. I was sealed in an instant. Any new moves? Wayne exclaimed at the chains on his body, and then said, Hexuno, Heya, Olga, don't move. I'll play with the 4 of ore, you stand aside. Hexuno nodded and took the 2 angels on the left and right and stepped back. Hexuno, heaven is ashamed of you, Ur cursed angrily. Now, he finally understood why Hexuno lost his purity and why he refused to change. The answer is simple. Hexuno was blinded by the devil and deceived by hypocritical lies. No matter what the devil said, Hexuno would believe it. The Son of God also said that everything was a conspiracy of the devil. This devil wants to go to heaven. Ur's eyes were red, snatching away Viku's rage, staring at Wayne and saying, Lord of hypocrisy, heaven is guarded by Ur, as long as I am here, you will never think of entering heaven, let alone the Son of God, it cannot be you. Really? You were almost beaten to death by me before, Wayne said loudly. It's different this time, the formation that seals you is heaven. Crack. In Ur's heartbroken eyes, the solid seal could not do anything to Wayne, who raised his hand, and the golden chain broke into pieces on the spot, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Awu.jpg. It's just this little, not enough to fill the gap between my teeth. Wayne patted his butt and kissed Philomena on the face. There is a misunderstanding between Archangel Ur and me, just explain it clearly, you go take a shower first, and I will punish you later and never fight back. After that, he gently pushed Philomena from behind and sent her to the manor. It's not the high priest manor, but the dark saint manor. The high priest's clinical performance is extremely poor. At first glance, this strong and powerful lady is full of majesty and oppressive, but in fact, it's completely the opposite. She started begging for mercy before anything happened. In order to prevent her from being humiliated tonight, Wayne helped her pick 2 good teammates, hoping that under the cover of Anastasia and Wise, she can change her bad luck and completely reverse her image of being both inexperienced and playful. After sending Philomena away, Wayne raised his hand and pressed it on the table, his mind imprisoned the surrounding space, and bound the reincarnated angels such as Ur to be unable to move. With the sound of space breaking, several figures around the long table fell down and disappeared in the banquet hall. XN. The insect swarm widened their eyes, and the sound of swallowing saliva was endless. So, is Wayne an angel or a devil? The identity of the Archangel is probably fake. Did you notice that Archangel Ur called Wayne's secretary Hexunia? Hiss hiss hiss. The Archangel who represents purity was tainted by the devil. Damn it, I don't envy him at all. If Wayne, Lord Wayne is the devil of hell, wouldn't Austin be the devil's father? They are all from the Tulip family. Why is his son so strong? Why can his son sleep with the Archangel? Damn, I'm so envious now. It makes sense. In the background of the swarm of insects whispering, the tearful Queen Sophia stood out. She did not join in the shock sequence, nor did she respond with reasonable words. Not to mention how terrible it was to think of being torn apart by her father. If she hadn't been broken up and had insisted on marrying Austin, the devil of hell would have been born from her belly. Now it's better, it's all cheaper. Suburbs of London, old place. A black magic circle hangs high in the sky. Wayne is sitting on a bench with his arms folded over his shoulders and legs crossed. Behind him are three reincarnated angels. In the distant sky and earth, four sin-ridden black shadows fight against Ur, Killer, Vekel, and Angel. These four figures are all clones of Wayne, freshly squeezed and still warm. Wayne didn't pay attention to the distant battlefield. Apart from his unclear arrogance, he no longer paid attention to the demigods. Just have fun and play casually. If you take it too seriously you will lose the pattern. Wayne knocked on the long table with one hand, looked at Galweller opposite, and frowned. Your master is arrogant, right? No, my master is the Lord of Envy. No, 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 your master must be arrogance. Only arrogance knows about my identity in the whole hell. Arrogance and I conspired to kill fury and gluttony. Envy knows nothing. Wayne shook his head. It's useless to say this. You are controlled by arrogance. No matter what I say, it's useless. The book of hell in your hand is very dangerous. Hand it over and I will give you an easy way to die. Galweller was silent for a moment and said slowly, I can dedicate the book of hell to the great Lord of hypocrisy, including my loyalty and faith. Can you give me a chance to enter hell to study? Cannot. Wayne categorically rejected it, although he knew he was a good devil. Phew, he's a good guy. Galvera can offer his loyalty for any reason, except the devil. Speaking of which, this isn't the first time I've killed you. I've killed you once in the other world. Wayne expressed deep regret and said, in the other world, you got Byakuya and became the Moon Knight. You killed all the church leaders who disobeyed you, including the Pope and the Saint. The other world corresponds to the human world. You have the potential to become a Moon Knight. You betrayed too early. You should wait. Your time will come soon. Galvera was stunned when he heard this. He was dumbfounded for a long time, and then said, you are the Lord of hypocrisy, so, you are lying to me. You are going to die, why should I lie to you? Wayne raised his hand and took the book of hell in Galvera's arms. His fingertips brushed it, taking away the 7 deadly sins information inside and turning it into a safe and harmless blank diary. Put it away and write a diary for Veronica to read. Galvera's eyes suddenly shrank and he murmured, I am closely connected with the book of hell. It's impossible. Is this the power of the Hell Demon King? Why are you so powerful that you can still stay in the world? Wayne raised his eyebrows and did not reply. He raised his finger to Galvel, intending to erase all traces of his life. Wait a minute, I really want to. I don't want to. At the critical moment of life and death, Galvera gritted his teeth with hatred, and his breath suddenly changed. The moonlight polluted by hell disappeared, replaced by a rather majestic thought. Galvera's eyes turned silvery white and he entered the moonlight elf form. His handsome facial features tended to be neutral, and his long silver white hair fell down, giving him a somewhat feminine look. The great sage follows God. Wayne looked at the opposite side curiously. The moonlight goddess Shaluk only had 2 followers. If one of them was killed here. No, you have to enter the kingdom of God to kill Kong Shen. If he takes the initiative to enter the kingdom of God, Shaluk will laugh to death. Looking at Kong Shen with a gloomy expression, Wayne pursed his lips. Evolution is not about fighting and killing, evolution is about human relationships. Business is coming. Ja. Wayne grinned and held his chin with one hand. Moonlight has 2 guardian gods, the guardian Silver Moon Dancer and the purifier Dark Moon Lord. Which subordinate god are you? Tyro. It turned out to be the famous Dark Moon Lord. He was disrespected and disrespected. Wayne pointed at his face. Sir Tillo, do you know who I am? It seems that he doesn't know anymore. The plan worked, it was perfect. Shaluk, your followers are arrogant and your allies are unhappy. You can do whatever you want. Wayne's smile became even brighter. As far as he knew, the 5 goddesses had a total of 12 subordinate gods. Nature, prophet, visionary, destroyer. Death, observer, judge, executor. Darkness, listener, avenger. Sun, spreader, reaper. Moonlight, guardian, purifier. The greater the number of subordinate gods, the more stable the kingdom of God is and the stronger the power of the main god. Among the 5 goddesses, nature and death lead the way and are the most powerful. Darkness is planning the third follower of God, steady progress. The sun and moonlight don't do much. What they were like before is what they are now. It will be hard to say in the future. The Baymo clone that got the filtered information must, well, the darkness also got it, and got it a long time ago, and the sun and moonlight had to be at the bottom. These 12 slave gods are the top powerhouses among the demigods, similar to the 7 virtues and the 7 deadly sins. Putting aside their bug-like arrogance, Wayne guessed that they were at the same level, and no one was any better than the other. It's just a guess, it proves that you need to test your punching strength. It's a pity that it can't be measured. Only part of Tillo's thoughts came to him, and his real body was far away in the kingdom of moonlight. His performance in actual combat was 80% worse than yours, and the results were the same regardless of accidents. Since we can't measure it, we can only make money with tears in our eyes. Tyro frowned and looked at the black-haired young man in front of him, feeling a strong pressure on him. Then he looked at the 3 beauties behind Wayne, and his heart felt huge. What's going on? Where can there be so many powerful demigods in the world? Which force do they belong to? As his mind turned, Tillo noticed that Ur and the other 4 reincarnated angels had a strong aura of heaven. Then he looked at Wayne's sinful clone, and he probably understood something. You are the devils of hell. He raised his eyes and glanced at the 3 girls of Hexiunio, and said to Hea, if I guess correctly, you must be the lord of lust among the 7 deadly sins. Hea. The dignified angel was slandered as a person of lust. Hea couldn't bear it anymore. She bent down and said in Wayne's ear, Archangel, can I kill him? No, let him say it, I like to hear it. Wayne looked at Tyro with a pleasant look. He felt that the Dark Moon Lord was stupid and not very smart. Anyone with an eye could see that there was no devil here, it was purely an internal fight in heaven. Of course, it cannot be said that Tyro does not have eyes. Hea's figure is very misleading, and anyone who looks at it will think of lust. Tyro frowned and was a little confused for a moment. He tried to browse Galvara's memory and found that it was in chaos and had been muddied by the information from hell. Traitor. Deliberately bringing his thoughts to the devil? The water was very deep, and Tillo thought he couldn't control it, so he prepared to escape. Your Excellency, Tyro must have noticed that Galvara was contaminated by me. He is a loyal and pious great sage who does not want to be my dog. He summoned your mind to come and prove Moonlight's courage and unyieldingness. Wayne truthfully recounted Galvara's original words and said eloquently, although the great sage is not as powerful as me, he is very courageous. He would rather die than surrender to hell. As a god, Lord Tillo will definitely try his best. Revenge him. He propped himself up with one hand and tilted his head. No more nonsense, I deserve it. You are a guest from afar, so I will give you a move first. Come on, hit me here. The corners of Tyro's eyes twitched, and he felt more and more that something was wrong, and said cautiously, which demon king are you? It is the first of the 7 deadly sins and the Lord of Arrogance. Wayne straightened his back and said arrogantly. No, you are not arrogant. Tyro didn't want to stay long, there were too many doubts, and there were problems no matter how he looked at it. But when he left his body and tried to return to the kingdom of God, he found that the surrounding space was completely locked, and he could not enter or exit, and he could no longer leave. Ja. Wayne laughed heartily, stabbed Tyro with 5 fingers and claws, and said fiercely, You have reached my arrogant territory and still want to leave your mind behind and completely transform into the shape of the 7 deadly sins. This claw is wrapped in black wind, and ghosts cry and wolves howl. Tillo dodged at the critical moment, avoiding the danger of being smeared by the 7 deadly sins. He waved his hand and condensed a silver bow. His mind was in a blur, and he didn't understand what was happening at all. His intuition told him that the young man opposite was not arrogant, but had bad intentions and had a big conspiracy. You are not arrogant, but you must be a devil because you are full of sins. Are you, jealous among the 7 deadly sins? Tyro tried. That's unreasonable. Who are you calling a clown? Wayne kicked the long table to pieces with a flying kick. His body flashed like a phantom, and his 5 fingers raised dark shadows, and he rushed toward Tyro step by step. At first glance, they were all commonplace, with no threat at all, but Tillo, who was being chased, knew very well that the Lord of Jealousy was very powerful, and it was impossible for the part of his mind that descended to defeat the opponent. Hey! Ha! Snored. Wayne tried his best to act lame and arrogant, throwing dirty water on the opponent as if risking his life. After a few moves, he successfully took the silver bow from Tyro. He crushed the bow and arrow with a click, his body suddenly accelerated, and he came to Tyro almost teleporting. Tyro was frightened and raised his fist to strike, then it hit. The punch hit Wayne right in the face, and the latter fell into the sky with a scream, sending out a shocking wave of dust, and lay motionless on his side in the pit. Tyro looked at his fist in shock, a string of question marks floating on his forehead. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? The devil cannot be vulnerable, nor can he deliver a critical hit with one punch, so why? At this moment, Tyro faintly noticed a crack in the confined space. When he hit the Lord of Jealousy with a punch, the surrounding blockade was no longer strong, and there was some possibility of escaping. Tyro's expression was gloomy and uncertain. Regardless of whether it was a devil's trap or not, he was a fool to run away or not. He waved his hand and summoned a silver bow, and silver arrows rained down from the sky, covering the area where Wayne was, causing huge explosions one after another. Boom! 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 The sealed and obscure space became clearer and clearer, and Tyro's offensive became more intense. Thousands of white lights fell to the ground, and he immediately withdrew and left the moment he sensed the kingdom of God. The main thing is to be cautious. Ja. Wayne floated up, sat back to his original position, and looked at Galvray, who fell to the ground with a squinting smile. Sacrifice yourself directly to summon the gods, but you can simply try to pull me and Tillo to die together. It's cruel enough. You are a character. Vaguely, Wayne heard the sound of gold coins arriving in his account. Archangel, what were you doing just now? His head was full of questions. With your IQ, it's hard for me to explain business matters to you. Archangel, if you don't explain, why do you think I don't understand? Hea muttered. Okay, let's test it. Wayne turned around cheerfully, pointed at Hexiunyo and said, come, Hea read with me, Hishiunyo. Small, by, pond. Hiya gave the correct name in her mind and said with a look of disgust, little, none. Hexiunyo smiled lightly, as if he didn't take it to heart. There was no reaction at all. This was a direct execution. Wayne looked at him silently, and after a moment he said, Hea, please stay with me from now on. I am somewhat responsible for your ending today. Archangel, haven't I been following you? Hea wondered. Archangel. Hea. Exist. Keep it up, I like stupid ones.